still, yeah, if you can join, there'll be.
Yes, I was told.
Thank you, Sheikh. That Sheikh, I know.
He's a Riaz, an officer and a gentleman. So a sheikh and a gentleman. You know that movie? Oh, I'm not supposed to say that. That's right. We're not lying. It's whatever.
Oh, yes, I took it out because I was doing other things.
But you will take it. Yeah.
And you need pens, right?
Everything on the table.
Can everyone hear me? Yep. Can you hear me clearly? Yes, okay. So let's start with the salawat, please. Okay. So I hope everyone's a bit more refreshed after that break and lunch and the information overload that we've had. You've learned a lot of new things, and this lesson is going to start with a question. Okay. So this session is all about tarbiyah. And how we can nurture piety or taqwa in the madrasa classroom, all right? So the question I have for you is, I've got 2 oranges. One's peeled and one's got the skin on, okay? If I take an orange and I put it in a bucket or a jug of water, is it going to float or is it going to sink? How many of you think it's going to, if you know the answer, Riaz? Just anyone else has been here before and seen this, let others have a go at thinking. So is it going to float? Put your hands up. Okay. And how many think it's going to sink? It's a big orange. It's very heavy. It's a big, big orange. No one thinks it's going to, but did everyone put their hands up for floating? So then someone has to put their hands up for sinking.
All right,
Or, sorry?
I'll change my mind.
You'll sink? You'll say it sinks? Okay, all right. Now, I love doing this because, like, I've always wanted to be a science teacher. So, it floats. Okay, it floats. And now I've got, here's one I prepared earlier, which I've peeled. Okay, I love doing this bit. What do you think is going to happen to this one? Sink. Okay, let's see if that is actually what's going to happen. Now, this is the tricky bit. Watch me as I make a big mess here. Wouldn't have been good if I'd spilt that. Okay, so it sinks, right? Now, how does this apply to taqwa? How does this apply to piety? So in your classrooms, oh, by the way, before that, has anyone taught taqwa or piety before in their classrooms? Okay, so you can actually use this example or this analogy in your classroom because it really gets the message across. So using the analogy of an orange to explain taqwa, the peeled and unpeeled orange, taqwa is like a protective covering or a garment which protects us from sins and evil. Just like the orange skin helped it to float, and when the skin or the protective covering of the orange was not there, it sunk. Taqwa is like a protective covering that we have which helps us to float in this world rather than sinking into sins and evil and vices. All right, so you can use this visual example in your classroom. It's very quick. Just do a bit of prep work at home and your class can see. So every time your student will go to the supermarket, he'll say, Mom, orange is taqwa. Taqwa is a covering that I have which helps me and protects me. All right? Now, what is the role of a madrassah teacher in nurturing piety in their students? What is it that you can do to nurture your students, to nurture piety in your students? So I'd like you to discuss it on your table groups. I'll give you about 3 minutes to start discussing, and then we'll add a bit more later. So just take a few minutes to discuss within your class, within your table group, how you as a madrasa teacher can nurture piety in your students. All right, some of you may be new to each other, so don't be shy. Just connect and discuss. The questions on the PowerPoint if you need it. Some of them wouldn't have done it at all. Okay, you've had a few minutes to start the discussion. So to make it a little bit more interesting and to help you to start some sort of, get some higher order thinking happening, I'm going to give each table a prop. And you're going to then, like I had my orange, you'll have a prop. And you're going to use that prop to see how you can teach your students about taqwa. All right, and then each table needs to assign a scribe. You'll get a sheet of paper, you'll make some notes on it, and then at the end you're going to come back and present, everyone will present what their, about their prop, how they use their prop to teach their class about taqwa. So the props are like there's a pen, there's a bottle of water, so please don't just say I'm going to make them use the pen to write. This is higher order thinking, all right? Okay, so you've got about 5 minutes to do that. Everyone, every table has a prop? Yep, okay. So everyone can discuss together, but then one person has to be the scribe for the work, and one person is going to present at the end. Yeah. I think we've got about 2 minutes left, so I hope you're all writing down your ideas. Yep, great. Is it safe to come to this table? I think there's safety in numbers here for you guys.
We're debating what does taqwa mean.
What does taqwa mean? Oh, great. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. You've got a feather?
Yeah, we have a feather. And you have 2 examples.
You have to think of how you're going to use that feather, not to scratch yourself, or to, but
There was some good examples.
Yeah.
There's a way
And I was afraid that sort of watching, I think was really awesome. Never heard that before.
oh, okay.
So think about
Was that Reza?
Go shake on a table. How you
I mean, even with different shoes, I've never heard that before. I'm just saying,
That's next level.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
Coming from someone
But
with
think about the role a feather plays inside of a bird. Think about what it's used for, what you do that. Think about the feel of a feather on your skin, how does it feel? And then put it all back into what is your role as a teacher in nurturing fire? It's a metaphor. Yeah? And you have to write it down and you have to present it.
I was just thinking, sorry. Okay. Let's get back together and let's share our what we've written down. So, is there a table who'd like to go first, or shall we pick one? Is there a table who'd like? Sister Zainab, you said your table was ready to go. Would you like to begin?
But
Yeah.
I said to them, this is my 4th year, so someone else has to do it.
Sure.
They have to take it.
Someone can hold and someone can. You want to come up? Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
How are you?
Good. There's
Can we
empty
take
chairs.
2 minutes to write?
Sure, please.
Just
Yes.
inshallah,
Yes,
just
you can take the Moors from here, and you can go. Yeah, you can join. You can join the tables that are. There's 2 spots available on that table if you like. All right, because we're doing some activities and we want people to fill up the tables. Oh, sorry.
You have to press it. Yep. Okay. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد.
So if you could just turn around your chair so you can face the presenters, that would be really.
And you want to come back a bit, then everyone can. If you can just come back here a bit. I think everyone can see.
For us, the prob is like 40 step, and we follow the 40 step. First one to follow the 40 steps of imams and aima. The second thing we conclude is make your own steps to becoming a good Muslims. And as teachers, we are the role model to ensure what we are doing, all the kids are following us, plus implement it on ourselves. not going on the wrong path, stay on Sirat al-Mustaqim through our actions and our teachings as well. Different stages of life to talk about, like initially with the kids, we talk about how to save ourselves from the wrongdoings or sins. And the next stage for our little bit grown-up kids, how to raise ourselves in following the deen. And keep balance in dunya and deen by our actions and performance. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, that's really good. Who would like to go next? Let's have the brothers. Ladies first, always, right? Okay, sure. Okay, sisters, would you like to have a go? Would somebody like to come out and, or even if you'd like to just stand where you are at your table, that's fine. Who was going to be the presenter? Zara or Zainab, would you like to have a go? You've written it down. Just, yeah, one of you can just read it from there. That's fine. Sorry? Let's give them a go. You can just read it off there. That's fine. So what was your prop? Your prop was the bottle of water? Okay. Oh.
So we had the bottle of water for our prop, and what we wrote down was the lid, like it acts as a seal that protects the water, which is like the student, I guess, the students, and it helps to like keep it pure, like the water.
So the lid is protective.
Yeah.
Yes, it doesn't allow. Yeah.
The shape of the bottle like represents how the teacher sets an example to the students to follow in their footsteps. And as a teacher, you have to like lead by example to like help shape like the identity of your students and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going on shape and teachers shaping identity of the students. All right, that's fair. I mean, I think the first point that you had there about the lid being protective and not letting the water get dirty or spoiled or evaporate or whatever is probably the one that you sort of highlighted, and that's a good one to go with. Yes, thank you. Okay. Thank you. All right, who was going to speak over here? Thank you, sister. So what was your prop? Your prop was the glue stick. Okay.
To speak from here as well?
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. So our prop was a glue stick, which was first initially really hard to connect it with the concept of taqwa or piety, because it directly has no link at all. But then having a closer look, we thought about what taqwa actually means and how it is defined, and we, similar to this group, we identified that there's a lid on the glue stick, and glue can be really sticky. If you leave it out, it's going to attract dust, hair, anything. So just like you want to protect your iman using taqwa, like a shield, you always want to make sure that the glue stick has a lid on top, because otherwise it's either going to dry out or it's going to attract dust. So that was one connection we made with the glue stick and taqwa. The other one was looking at the glue itself and the content. The glue is very sticky, of course, and because it's sticky, that means that it's going to attract dirt to it or dust to it, and that's kind of like our hearts. Our hearts can attract sins to it, and it can stick on. So one thing that you can do to make sure that that doesn't happen is to remember that with taqwa, if you are, one of the most basic definitions of taqwa is that you stay away from sins. You don't do what's haram. So remember that because sins are sticky, just like a glue stick, you stay away from sins. And applying what you already know. So whatever you learn in the classroom as students or the teachers learning from conferences like this, whatever you learn doesn't just stay in the classroom. It has to be applied outside when you go to real life. So just like a glue stick can stick things on, like one paper onto another paper, you want to make sure that whatever you've learned here or in the classroom, you stick it on yourself in your mind, and then when you go outside in your real life or the real situations, you apply, like apply a glue. That's similar to applying knowledge of taqwa.
That's really great. Some very good analogies there. Thank you, sister. Thank you for this, for the group. Okay, I can take that from you. Thank you. Okay, we'll grab a chocolate for you. Yes. Who is going to speak over here? Okay, and your prop was the marker pen. Yep.
Yes, so our prop was this permanent marker. At first we were a little bit confused because we thought this is what we're going to use to write after we got our prop. But then we realised that this is our prop, and Marzia was quick to realise what it meant. And she said that in the case of this permanent marker, the lid, like if it didn't have the lid, the ink would dry out and the pen wouldn't be able to serve its purpose, which is to write, and its longevity would decrease. And then the lid is like its protector. So bringing it back to the idea of like how it relates to a teacher is that teachers need to model good behaviour or a behaviour that's in line with Islamic teachings to make sure that their students also flourish, and they're the protectors of their students or the knowledge that they receive. Also, it's a permanent marker, so whatever you write with this, it's hard to rub out, or it takes a lot more work. So coming back to the impact that a teacher has on a student, if they do teach them what's incorrect, it can take a lot of more work or rewriting to fix a very small thing. Yeah.
Excellent. Well done. Well done. Sure.
So I just thought of another analogy for the pen. If, let's say, we treat this permanent marker as a child, sometimes we have to use this marker. You have to open the lid, you're going to write something, and this is okay. But sometimes this child might lose its lid. You know, it's gonna be lost. The kid might say, oh, hang on, I can't find my lid. So as a teacher, we have to help him find this lid, or her find this lid for them, put it back on, and then make sure they can use it again next time.
That's good. Thank you very much. That's some really good ideas to do with the pen. Well done. Okay, so last but not the least, who's presenting here?
It may well be the least.
It may be. Ali, that's great confidence.
No, it's okay. Assalamu alaikum. So our prop is feather. Actually, hold it. So the first one is birds of a feather. Birds of a feather flock together. So if there are 5 alcoholics in a group, you'll be the 6th. If there are 5 millionaires in a group, you'll be the 6th. So if there are 5 pious, muttaqi, God-conscious people in a group, you'll be the 6th. So choose your friends very carefully, because they're the ones who will determine how you will turn out. Huh? You'll be the 6th, exactly. So the second one is, so the more feathers in a wing, the stronger that wing will be. And the stronger the wing is, the higher you can fly, and the closer you can get to God, metaphorically, of course. I'll let you talk about the third.
Oh, don't worry about it. Just read it.
You guys have to mention the Slovakia situation though.
Yeah, we just changed the reference. The reference was wrong.
Okay.
We changed it Surtul Mulk.
Okay, so feather feels really good, like it's soft on the skin, yeah? So taqwa also gives you that really feel-good effect, where the more God conscious you are, the more at peace you feel, like you feel more content. And yeah.
Yeah, so obviously, I think there's a beautiful hadith in Hadith al-Qudsi where I don't want to take obviously too much time. That's the problem with. Anyway, Allah, Prophet Musa asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, how do I get people close to you? So essentially, how do we make them muttaqeen? So Allah says, just instill my love in them. How do I instill my love in them? Remind them of my creation. So I think a feather reminds us of the creation of a bird. Where in Surah Al-Mulk, Allah says, أَوَلَمْ يَرَوْا إِلَى الطَّيْرِ فَوْقَهُمْ صَافَّاتٍ وَيَقْبِضْ. Have they not considered the creation of a bird where it flaps its wings and then it opens up its wings again? مَا يُمْسِكُهُنَّ إِلَّا الرَّحْمَنِ. It's only the Rahman, the most beneficent, who's holding the bird up there. So I think, yeah, that feather would remind us of the creation of a bird and hopefully instill this awe in the kids, inshallah. So.
Jazakallah khair, mashallah. That's exceeded my expectations of that table. So, well done. I think the chocolate bag has to, the chocolate bag might have to go there. No, mashallah, everyone's done a really, good job. Subhanallah, thanks very much for all that sort of thought and discussion. So, if you go to your participant guides on page 20 of your, or is it 10? 20, yes, page 20 of your participant guides, there's a space for your own reflections. And I think you've all got some really good ideas from these different props that everyone else has used as well. And it would be really worthwhile maybe jotting down a few of the ideas that you've heard today so that you can use these in your classroom situations. So you probably got a few minutes. Sorry? Sisters, do you have these from before? These are the same guides that you've used before. So if you've already got them, yeah, because I think you've got them when you've had the training the first time. Yeah. So you don't need to use them now. You can. There's notebooks there. If you want to make some notes, you can do that. But these guides are for first time. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thanks. That's all right. That's okay. Thank you. Maybe you can share with somebody on the table if you'd like to have a look at what's there. Yeah.
do you need a couple more minutes? You ready? No? Okay. All right, صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. Okay, so if I can ask everybody whose chairs are this way to turn this way, so we're all, able to, I can see your lovely faces and can, benefit from the noor of your wonderful faces as well. Okay, so you want to turn your chairs around? Thank you, thank you. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to be talking about today is learner-centered, the learner-centered approach. Okay? So when I say the words learner-centered, what comes to your mind? Shout it out. Students. What about them? That they're the focus. Excellent. What else? When I say learner-centered, what comes to your mind?
We meet the needs of the students.
Yeah, meet the needs of the students.
Assess the needs, how their learning style is.
Exactly. What learning style do they have?
Their age.
Their age.
Everything about their learning.
Uh-huh.
So then we can comprehensively design our lesson plan according to the needs of our students.
Excellent. So you need to know your students. You can plan for them. Excellent. Learner-centered? What's the opposite of learner-centered? Teacher-centered. Who said teacher-centered? What's the problem about teaching? What's the problem with teaching a teacher-centered lesson? So what's going to be the problem? They won't understand. They're going to be disengaged. It's going to be so, So what we're trying to, for this particular section, we're going to find out how has the Tarbiyah curriculum created a program that is learner-centered. So you identify that really quickly, that you need to first of all know who your students are so that you can kind of make it learner-centered. You could have children who are, so we'll get to kind of what kind of students you can have. But we want to focus on two things today. One is content, and the other is process. So when I say content, what comes to your mind? Your topics.
The topics must be age appropriate according to you.
Yeah, topics must be age appropriate. So the content is what? What am I going to teach them? Okay? And the second thing that we're going to think about is process. So what is process? What do I mean when I say process? How. Ahsantum. How. Okay, so really understand, to have a good understanding of both these things. So we're going to do an activity really quickly. So turn your sheets around, the sheets that you've been working with. And we're going to play like a little game. And I want you to think about, so me and Zora Auntie will do a little bit of thing for you. So Zora Auntie, we're going to quickly bounce topics, okay? So if I say khums, zakat, wilaya,
Imamat.
okay? So I want you to write down in 30 seconds. You want some more paper? Yeah? In 30 seconds, I want you to write down as many topics as you can, not subjects. I don't want you to say akhlaq, tariq, whatever. Do you have space on that one? Does anybody else need a new paper? You guys have space? I want you to write down as a table as many topics as you can. I'm going to set a timer for 30 seconds. Hold on. Doesn't require discussion at this point. Okay? So 30 seconds as a table, as many topics as you can. On your marks, get set, go. You need to write it down really quickly. Write it down. Quick, quick, quick. 15 seconds to go. Matam? Okay. We have, make it a bit more specific. Specific. All right, 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1, and stop. Pens away. Stop, stop, stop. I can see writing. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, stop, stop. I can see. Okay. So I want you to pick your top 2 topics. If they have already been said, you can't repeat them. All right. So, okay. Can we start with this table? Wait. No. Ladies first. You only said it. I'm just saying. Huh? Okay. All right. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Okay. Right. Pick your 2. Yeah. Loudly. Nice enough.
So our first one is Salah.
Okay.
And our second one is fasting.
Okay. So Salah. Salah can be broken down into quite a wide one. So for the next one, kind of be a bit more like either Salat al-Jum'ah, it does. Every time you guys talk, I'm going to stop, and then it's going to take longer and longer to do this. Oh, okay. Right. Let's do your table next. Pick 2.
So we have Tawassul and Taqwa.
Wow, Tawassul and Taqwa. Beautiful. Thank you. Your 2? Ladies? Prophethood and Zakat. Okay, excellent. This table, nice and loudly so I can hear you.
We got Karbala and Holy Books.
Holy books and Karbala. Okay, very good. Thank you. Gentlemen and Sheikh.
Khums and Taqlid.
Khums and Taqlid. Okay, well done. Now, I need you to do 30 seconds of processes. Wait, don't start. So when I say process, I don't want you to say craft and PowerPoint. That's not what I want you to say. So I want you to think of specific things, okay? I don't think we're going to role model this because I'm sure you guys are going to be fine. Again, 30 seconds. Write down as many processes as you can, and your time starts now. Okay. Okay, let me. So what are processes? The process is how you're teaching. Yeah, so exactly. $15 seconds to go. So for those who are doing a refresher, it's so much easier for them. All right, stop. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Okay. Should we do the gentleman and Sheikh first? Okay, so you need to pick your first 2. You can't repeat if one of the tables have already come up with one. Ready? Okay.
Debates and camps. Yes.
Debates and camps. Okay. Talk to me about camps.
If you go to Umrah camp.
For a lesson. This is how you teach a lesson on Umrah. So Assalamu alaikum parents, how are you? Just to let you know, we're going to be going to Umrah next week to show them about Ihram. Cool. Okay, thank you. That's great. Okay, 2 processes, please.
We have the Karbala and Holy Book. So we
hold on. Ready? Okay.
Our topic is Karbala. So describe the urban walk.
Okay.
So every 40 days we describe the million and billion people are walking from Najaf to Karbala.
So what's the process that you've used?
We show them.
Are we listening?
Split of
1 second.
Visualize.
Hold on, we're just waiting because I think there's some talking going on. Let's listen, please. Visual aids
and drawing the spots.
Okay, so we have visual aids and drawing here. Okay. What 2 processes do you have? So acting it out and story time.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
So our topic was Salat, and we said Simon says. But we do like Samir says or something like that.
Okay.
And then
Samir says, yeah?
Yeah.
Or Samira says.
Yeah, or Samira,
Yeah.
depending on who's
Yeah.
at the front. And then we do Jama'a.
Okay.
Every night.
So you demonstrate Jama'ah Salah, okay? Excellent. Two topics, processes? Kahoot, so quizzes, okay?
And then role play.
So role play's already been mentioned. Ooh, 5, 4, huh?
We also had debate.
Debate's been mentioned.
A mind map.
Mind map, okay? So the next, I want another 30 seconds, another bunch of processes, but here's the thing. Can't repeat what somebody else has said. Can't repeat what you've already had on your pieces of paper either. Okay? It doesn't need to be linked to any particular topic. These are just random processes that you can use. Okay? So 30 seconds, start now. Okay, you have 5 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. Okay, so we're going to start on this table first. Okay, you ready? Right, 2 processes. Nice and loudly.
Reasoning.
Reasoning, okay.
Asking questions. Playing games.
And playing games, okay? So asking questions and playing games. 2 processes, please.
Charities.
So what do you mean by charities? Raising awareness, okay. Experiments, that's a good one, thank you. 2
So we said student presentations.
student presentations.
And then, do's and don't flashcards.
Oh, nice. Do's and don't flashcards. Lovely, thank you. 2 processes, please.
Crosswords and puzzles.
Crosswords and puzzles. I think they're the same thing.
Yeah.
So pick one more.
We met puzzles.
Oh, jigsaw puzzles. Lovely. Yes. Okay. Cool. Thank you. And gentlemen and Sheikh.
We have Google Classroom and excursions.
Google Classrooms. So excursions are the same as Umrah, I think.
No,
The camps.
For excursions, we have a topic called Remembering the Madhumin.
Okay.
We do an excursion where Uncle Hussein takes the kids to the graveyard and
Oh.
they do the whole process over there.
Amazing. Amazing. Have you ever done one of those?
No.
No.
They have.
So what's the impact been when they actually go and see things?
They bolt away.
So the idea of it is that it should actually give them a bit more awareness that, oh my goodness, I'm going there somewhere. So probably very effective, right?
They were disappointed. They were hoping to see a real dead body. Next time, let me know.
It's a real increase in God consciousness.
It really is, right? Amazing. But except for the dead body thing, it's a really good idea. Lovely. Okay, so sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. So can I ask you, which was easier to come up with, the content or the process? Why do you think that is? It's a lot of content, and processes you think could be a bit limiting. Like there's only certain. So how important is it to choose the right content for the right process? Why? Why?
Because every people learn differently. Some are visual learners,
Okay.
some are auditory learners, some are kinetic learners.
So that's to make sure that the process matches the learner. My question is, how important is it to match the content to the process? Why is it important? Why is it important?
They both will help the child to understand more and know the topic, know the...
Exactly. Yeah. So if you have a content like Shakiyat as-Salat as an example, do you think that maybe having a debate would be a good idea? Do you think? A debate on Shakiyat as-Salat? Right? Or do you think would be a great idea to write an essay on Shakiyat as-Salat? Okay? Probably demonstrations might be a good idea, case scenarios, all these different things, role playing. I was in my 3rd rakat and I'm thinking, am I on my 5th or my 6th? What shall I do? Okay? So, but what would happen if a teacher did lots and lots of research on the topic? Lots of research, knew lots about it, didn't think too much about the process. What kind of a class would that be? Why would it be boring? Right? And so how do you think that the kids would feel at the end of that lesson? Yeah, ugh, how boring.
What if you had a teacher who didn't really think too much about the content, but had a really super fun day? They had lots of experiments and lots of different things planned. What kind of a lesson would that be? The kids would love it, but
That's not fruitful.
exactly, they'd have a really fun day, but they wouldn't come away with anything. So the balance between content and process is really important. Number one, that we should choose the right process for the content, and also we should understand who our learner types are. Okay? In a broad sense, there are 3 kinds of learner types. I'm not, there's lots of different theories around it. The pedagogies are different. There's lots of different research on it. But broadly, there are 3 kinds of learners. Do you know what they are? Just shout them out if you do. Visual, auditory, kinesthetic. So how does a visual learner learn?
Through videos.
Through watching and seeing. Okay? And then auditory?
Listening.
I'm an auditory learner, so I might not be looking at you. I could be doodling, but I'm listening to what you're saying. Okay? So before you judge a child and say, why are you not looking, make sure you understand their process. It doesn't mean that they ignore you in the classroom, but maybe that you can tweak your teaching style to understand the child's learning style. And what about kinesthetic? What do they like? Do you have children in your class that need to just touch something all the time? Yeah, by doing and touching and feeling and all these things, right? So exactly. Which is? For anyone who's watching, he's just joking. I have to get past customs on my way out, please, if that's okay. Oh my God, did you just say yeah? Oh my God. Okay, so what I would like you to do now, please, is having thought about all these different processes, I'm going to give you some content, okay? And I want you to think about... You okay? I want you to think about processes that you could use to teach your children the content that I'm going to give you. It would be lovely to have a multi-learner approach when you come to this. Think about it, because you won't generally have one class just filled with auditory learners, right? Your class is going to be a mix. So I'm going to give you some content. Think about how you would plan. Is there another one of these? Think about how you would plan your lesson for this particular age group and this particular content, okay? So who teaches bands A and B here, the younger children? Put your hands up nice and high so I can see you. Okay. Here you go. That's the same content if you want to share it. And where else? Here? Here we go. It's the same content if you can share it. This is for you. Actually, why don't you guys have this one? So can you please, so what I want you to do is plan one activity for the content that I'm sharing with you on the tables. Plan one activity, please. Can you use this?
One activity as a group, yeah?
One activity as a group, using different processes to be able to, but one activity. Okay? Here we go. Here we go. This is your content. Can you just share one across the... So you are creating one process based on the content that you can see. Okay? And I'm going to give you some papers. Okay, so so can we have this table who's going to be doing the dua? So do you want to tell us how you're going to teach this content? Yep. So,
Okay. Are we ready?
Yep. So
Oh,
can you
it's
see
up there.
on the screen? We can see the content that they were given.
So that's our content. So we looked at the main process to be drawing. That's our process. So we looked at, first we're going to look at it visually, what's on the page, maybe read the dua, like talk about what we think is happening on that page to get kids talking. Then we would listen to the dua, so that's our audio, and get them to repeat. And then for the kinesthetic kids as well, which is everyone because we're inclusive classroom, make a puzzle actually of this sheet and get them to put it back together. But in the meanwhile, like you said, have the dua running in the background.
Excellent. Great. And I think 4-year-olds would really enjoy that, and there'd be lots of support for children who would need help for drawing, and great. Thank you very much. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Okay, who's got adorable Ahlul Bayt? You've got it? Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is for 6-year-olds, and this is talking about the generosity of and the humbleness of Imam Hassan. Bismillah.
Okay, so our lesson's about humility. I have to explain the story. Oh, it's okay, it's already there. It's already there. Okay, so we can do a memory game, and we can also read the story and then ask the kids to kind of act it out themselves, like a real life kind of play that they can do.
How does that stimulate all the different kinds of learning?
Well, the visual learners are more of like the active students.
Yeah.
They'll be more participative in the activity, so they'll kind of remember more of what's happening. Okay. What else? I don't know.
It's not a trick question, you've got it right. But it's also going to have the kinesthetic who like to do things, right?
Yeah.
They're going to be acting things out.
Yeah.
And what about your auditory learners? How are they learning?
Well, they'll be speaking to the other students, so they'll be listening as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Also, I have a few students in my class, they don't like to do any acting or the pictures. They don't like any of those. They only like writing. So what I do, I ask them to either choose a word. It depends on the age of the students. To pick a word and write a sentence on that. Or write a story, a similar story. If it's a story, I'll just ask them to write something. If you know if anything happened to you before similar to that, any ideas, just write it down. Put them in words, a paragraph, a sentence. But again, it depends on the age of the student.
It's a really good point, because you may have some people who are shy of acting or don't like speaking, so they can be in charge of writing the script, as an example. Right? So again, you would only know this if you knew your children, right? So it's really important then to be able to, but that's a really good point. Thank you so much. All right. What topics did you have? Yeah, Treaty of Hudaybiyah. There you go. Thank you. So that's the topic that these sisters got. It's for children who are aged 12 years old.
12 to 13, the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. So we talked about splitting into groups, having a debate, or having like a project, an activity prior to going to the topic of Hudaybiyah. Let's say into 2 groups. Each group will be country A and country B, and they are building a road, and they are putting their conditions towards each other that this is my border, this is your border. I will have this much, all the conditions, so how they negotiate, who is going to be representing each country, and they can talk about it, and they can write it. So that's one thing. Quiz was another idea. Role play, that each treaty that the sisters talked about, each condition here, we split into 7 groups, and then each group represent one condition, and they talk about what they have understood. Brainstorming, discussion between both groups, or 2 groups or 7 groups, and basically writing them down.
Excellent. Well done.
No worries.
Fantastic. And that can get the children really involved in yeah. Excellent. Well done. You guys are done. You guys are done. I think it's you. Dangers of excessiveness, I think. Here we go. Who's presenting?
So we thought they will show the kids what excessiveness actually means, and then get them to apply it. So I thought about a prop like have a glass of water, and then you have a jug, and then you show by pouring in and keep asking them questions like what would happen, and what is that, and then break them into groups. I do that quite a lot. like a reverse classroom. Then they reflect and kind of share back. What is this draft? How do they apply the good, the bad? And that way they have an activity, they listen, and they also see the visual.
Yeah, and I think these kind of things are really quite powerful because when they see the water overflowing, you can talk about, you know, the overflow of what happens when, and I think to juxtapose that against an empty cup. So then that would show them the difference between having somebody who has so much and is wasting and there's excessiveness, or you could fill the cup a little bit and say, maybe one family has to make do with all this, you know, they've got all this water, it's overflowing, and another family has to do with that much. And it kind of juxtaposes that for you. Yeah.
It was just tying into that. So before we talk about the excessiveness and the jug, I think the first thing that we want to do is identify what excessiveness the students have in their lives. So identifying what's a need, you know, like a home, shelter, and then what things in a day-to-day life that they use that's like a want and, you know, that's excessive. And then generally speaking, that excessiveness list is going to be higher than, you know, just the basic. And that can show that the jug overflows and everything.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Excellent. So some really, really good ideas about, you know, learner centered. Did we do everyone? We've done, oh. It was just a test to see if you guys are all paying attention. Okay, go ahead. Your topic is? How the soul darkens. So it's the other way, Zoe. Yep, there you go.
So our group thought we would do an activity, like a visual activity for the kids. And we'd start with a cup with a bit of water in it, which represents the soul.
Yep.
And then we'd use something like cola, like a dark drink that represents your sins. And then when the Coke is added into the water, it darkens the cup, so it darkens your soul. But if we add more water, which are your good deeds, the soul will eventually clear, and the Coke will no longer be in the cup, instead replaced by water. But it does take longer for that cup to clear.
Very good, and that's really powerful. But also what you can remind them is not just good deeds will help you clear it out, but it's forgiveness as well, asking Allah for forgiveness. And that's a very, very good activity as well. It's not just visual, I think it's also kinesthetic, because kids will be pouring and feeling and touching. Very good. Thank you so much. Excellent. So just to give you some good news, everyone, you don't have to think about activities for every lesson. We've already done it for you. At the Tarbiyah curriculum, you already get lesson guides. But again, you don't necessarily have to use the lesson guides that are there for you. Find out to see, you know, what kind of students you've got. Is there something that you could do better? I've heard so many activities that I would never have thought of before. So it's obviously, you know, there's a lot of good ideas floating around as well. So the idea of this part of the training is to make sure that you've understood the idea of learner centricity. It's really important that we have a learner-centric approach when you are teaching a lesson. Make sure you understand if you have children with special needs, reach out to those, you know, you've got Nusrat Auntie and you've got Sister Zainab as well, who's, you know, very much involved. If you know, ask for help. It's really important that you need to ask for help. Also, how easy was it to plan as a group? Right? It's so much easier to say, like, I've been teaching this topic for 4 years now. I'm done. Can anyone help me? Oh, I didn't think of that. So planning way in advance makes it really much, much easier. You know, people were talking about different calendar events, things are coming up. It would be really great if you were able to, you know, get into a group and plan together, keeping in mind who your students are, and then you're planning for their particular interests. Okay? So any questions before we move on? No? Okay.
So
In this segment, what we're going to be doing is talking about how to teach an engaging lesson, all right? And just a little bit about that, we want to make sure that when we're teaching, our students are engaged. Okay, they're switched on and they're sort of inspired through the facilitation rather than just being lectured. So it's not just the teacher standing at the front, talking, and students have to take in all the information. We want to actually facilitate their learning. So we want to make sure that they're on board. They're ready to learn, they're ready to listen, they're thinking, they're reflecting, and so on. And this part of the training aims to equip you with some tools that may be useful in facilitating engaged learning, all right? Now, have you all used a Mentimeter before? Some of you may have, so if you grab your devices, and I think Sister Zuleika is just bringing up a QR code, which when you put that code, when you scan that code, the question that you will be answering is, I want you to think of the madrasa lessons that you teach, okay? And if you haven't taught, then the lessons that you have been at. And I want you to think of which words would you use to describe your madrasa lessons. So if you're a teacher, what type of words do you think describe your lesson? And if you're a student, haven't had a chance to teach yet, then, you know, how have your lessons been? And don't worry, your teacher's not here, and I won't tell him, okay? All right, let's go.
So go to menti.com, okay? If you have the scan QR, just go to menti.com and then put this code in.
Menti.com. See at the top over there, menti.com. Okay, so we've already started getting a few words on there. Learning, fun, interactive. You can put in more than one word if you want to. Are you okay? Are you on? Yep. The number, you can scan this. See if you can scan from here. Oh, I don't know if, yeah. Let's see. It's okay. Is it the one that's here or not? No, sorry. What's the code is? It's up there on the top. Not. Yeah. How would you use to describe the code is up there. 25176849. Okay. So we've already started getting a few words up there. Learner-centered. Okay, that's great. Meeting friends. That's a good purpose for outside the classroom. But anyway, that's a good thing. Disciplined, activity-based. Interactive, informative, objective-based, objective-focused, peaceful. That's very good. Islamic, okay, engaging. And then I'm seeing a few words that can be a little bit drag. I'm not sure. Maybe that was how your class was when I was teaching you, perhaps. We won't go there. Wordy. Where else? We had some boring. Sukoon. Okay, that's very nice. Who was that? I'm thinking, yeah, I think I know who that might be. Student instructed. That's interesting. Okay. All right. So those are some very interesting thoughts that we've, that's interesting feedback that we've got there from your responses. And I think in the next few slides, if you can see the screen, that's probably going to be really good. So I'm not sure if you're all looking at the screen, but there's going to be quite a few slides on there from now on. So make sure that you are looking at a screen. And if that's right. So these are the questions that teachers most commonly asked by teachers. What are students looking for? What are your students looking for in a classroom? Anyone? Sorry? Connection. Okay, connection, all right. What else? What else are you students? They're looking for knowledge, that's right. Maybe you could sit on another chair. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yep, thanks. Guidance, yes, they're looking for guidance. A sense of belonging, yes. What else? How about something from students? Fun, yes, they want fun. They don't always want to do fun only outside, but inside the classroom as well. Okay. These are the things they want, but when they come in, they're not always kind of like, you know, they're not always so easy to engage. Why is it so difficult sometimes to engage students? What sort of things can be in the way of engaging them? They have different personalities, yes, and as a teacher, you have to kind of be able to, you know, cater to those different people. Yeah, what else? Some of them don't want to be there. Yeah. Might apply to today as well, but they're tired, yes, they're tired. They've already been somewhere else. They've been playing sports, perhaps. It's been a long day already, and it's a Saturday. Yep. They've already been there, learned that topic before, and it's, yeah, they're bored of it. Okay. All right. And was there anything else? Okay. Teachers also say the children just don't seem interested in the class. What should I do? What could you do? Yes, sister? Build a relationship with them. I think someone said connection at the start. And were you there yesterday? Were many of you here yesterday? Hands up, how many of you were here yesterday? Okay, so what was one of the things that Sister Julie said in her presentation? How do you connect with children? You build a rapport with them. Yes, so if you connect with your children, then they'll want to be in the class, all right? Okay, should we go to the next slide, please? So, teaching an engaging lesson. Now, what exactly is an what is engaged learning? Sorry? Interactive. Interactive, okay. What else? What else? What does it mean when your students are engaged? Being involved. Yep. They're involved in what you're talking about. They're there, not just physically, but mentally they're with you. Okay, they're engaged. They want to be there. All right. So let's see what the answer from MCE is. Engaged learning is the process in which students are actively participating in their learning. It's not just one-sided where the teacher is talking and the students are just sitting there listening. They're actually engaged in their learning. The key to teaching an engaged lesson is being an engaged teacher. How can you be an engaged teacher? Yes? Being prepared. You have to know your content. So you can't just walk into a classroom and think, this lesson's about Salah. I know about Salah. I do it 5 times, or 3-5 times a day, whatever. I'm doing it every day. I don't need to read the lesson. I know what the content is. However, when you go into the classroom, you actually need to know the content. You need to know how you're going to tailor it to that classroom, that age group, how to make it learner-centered and so on. You're not just going to be demonstrating Salah because you know how to pray. You have to talk about Salah in a way that's going to make the children be engaged, all right? If the teacher doesn't find the content engaging and exciting, the students won't either. So you have to not only know your content, but you have to be convinced that this is this lesson that you're teaching is a good lesson and it's worth teaching to your students. Okay, so we're now going to go on to 5 C's, and the first C is choice. So sometimes, as we've discussed, the students don't always have a choice of whether they come to madrasa or not. They don't always have a choice of what they're going to learn because you're choosing the lesson, obviously, or the syllabus is choosing the lesson. But having choice is a tool that can be used within the classroom to engage your students. And what are the areas where you can give them choice? So choice will help to lead to increased engagement. When students have choice, they're going to want to engage with the lesson, all right? It inspires them to want to learn new things. They can discover different ways of learning, and it provides autonomy so they can make decisions, or it gives them the choice to determine the route they want to take to learn new things. And the choice you give to the students, finally, as I said at the beginning, is not whether they want to learn or not, but how they want to learn. So what was the thing that we discussed in the last segment where you can choose how they learn? You know, we discussed, what did we discuss? We talked about topics and processes. So you can tailor your processes to how you're going to deliver that content to your students, all right? They don't have a choice in what they're learning or the fact that they're there sometimes, but you can give them some choice. The next C is collaboration. So collaborative learning develops a higher level thinking skill in students, all right? It boosts their confidence and their self-esteem when they're collaborating and working together, creates a safe space for them to demonstrate their creative ideas, and it can also boost the social and interpersonal skills. It allows them to interact together and to display their individual strengths, all right? There might be students who are shy if they have to answer a question in the whole classroom, but if they're in a smaller group, sometimes they're able to participate because it's 5 children and not 25 children in the whole classroom, right? And you can also do sort of pairing and sharing, which was another thing that was shared yesterday as well, where they can just have a group of 2 people and they can share their thoughts together. Then the third C is communication. So effective communication can help to build and foster a safe learning environment, and students can thrive and prosper and learn. If you develop good teacher-student relationships, that can have a positive impact on class participation, engagement, and ultimately a student's achievements. What can you do to encourage effective communication in your classroom? What do you think you can do? To ask questions, okay. What else? Yes, sister.
I found like the activities like what we did. So if I'm doing a new topic, which, you know, my master taught me, like get the kids in groups and let them brainstorm and put ideas together. That builds confidence in them and getting them to stand up and speak. So once they start getting more confident to do that, you've got that two-way communication. So you can ask all the questions you want. Doesn't mean anyone's going to answer it. But when you give that power over to them, that they're creating it, then that starts to build confidence.
Allowing them to ask questions in their own small groups.
It doesn't matter, there's no right or wrong, it's what their thought is. So that's the great thing about brainstorming, it's not right or wrong, that's what you
Just
come up with.
sure, okay. What else? Any other ideas or thoughts? Yes, yes, sister.
The mixed class, boys and girls, maybe you could have a group of boys, group of girls. Now it's the boys' turn to answer the question, ask the question, the girls will answer. When the girls ask the question, the boys answer. And you have
Yeah, competition or marks, okay. Sure, always good to pit boys against girls, isn't it? And the girls always win, of course, but, okay, sister? Yeah, okay, so communication, making yourself a person that the children want to be around. So they can ask questions, but if you're answering their questions in a way that's negative or sort of putting them down, then that's not really going to encourage them to ask questions either. So some ideas are creating a safe environment in the classroom so your students feel that they can ask questions. Encouraging teamwork. Don't stand at the front of the classroom. You can walk around the classroom. Don't just be at the one end. Walk around, be around all the different tables and so on. Use active listening exercises. Give positive feedback, and your body language and your non-verbal communication is also very important. So like the sister said, when you walk into the classroom and when the children are walking in, smile at them, be welcoming. Those kind of things create a good environment in the classroom. And it's good communication from you that's not verbal necessarily. Okay. It's important to effectively communicate with all the stakeholders involved. This includes communicating with other teachers. So what we're doing here, planning, sharing ideas of what works in the classroom, what's effective, what doesn't work as well. That's really important communication between teachers about classroom, madrasa admin and management should also be involved. If you have any issues in the classroom, make sure that you take them to the madrasa management quickly so that those issues can be resolved or you can get the help that you need. And then, of course, we've talked about parents and guardians and how important it is to find out about your students from the parents and guardians, because they know what's happening at home, they know how their child works best or learns best, and it's really important to have the parents on your side and get feedback from them. Maybe there's something going on at home, a child might do really well most of the year, but for the last few weeks you've noticed that they're not as engaged in the classroom. There might be a reason behind that, which you wouldn't know unless you sort of spoke to mom and say, hi, Salam, Hassan is not really happy, doesn't seem to be happy, is everything okay? Those kind of things, building that rapport with the parents is really important. That communication is good. Okay. All right, so the next C, now this is C number 4, okay? Critical thinking. Critical thinking provides students with the opportunity to understand and take charge of their own learning. When they use these skills, and students can expand their perspectives and increase their ability to navigate the important decisions in learning and in life. So it's not about what to think, but how to think. So when we're teaching our students, we don't want to tell them everything about we don't want to tell them what to do. We want them to be able to think for themselves. So when they are in situations away from madrasa or away from home, and they're in a situation where they actually have to think, is this right or wrong? What should I do? Yesterday, we talked about taqwa as being piety, being Allah first. Are your students able to make that connection when you teach them taqwa is a protective shield, taqwa is always keeping Allah at the top of your mind, Allah is first. When they are in a situation where they are not sure what to do, then they should be able to recall those things, and that's what critical thinking does. It allows them to be empowered in those situations outside. Okay, the last C is creativity. So what's a creative classroom? A creative classroom can really transform the way students engage with content knowledge and how to apply it in their real life. So creative expression plays a key role in a student's emotional development, and it makes them good communicators and improves their emotional and social skills. So, for example, using those different tools that you had, the props, that's creativity. That's teaching them about taqwa, but in a very creative way. It's not just opening a book or reading a definition. It's actually getting them to think outside the box. And creativity that can then lead them to sort of be able to apply those things in their own lives. I mean, you've all had some really brilliant ideas about how to use a feather or how to use a pen or a glue stick, bottle of water. That's all creative thinking, and we need to encourage that in our students as well. There's a last slide that's on there. Before that, I think, wasn't that? Or is it the next one? That's the one? Yep. And, okay, is there the one of the quote? Oh, these are all examples, okay. All right. So can we just do a quick go around of what are the 5 C's? Who wants to shout? Each table can give me one of the C's. Choice. Communication. Collaboration. Creative thinking. We've had that. Critical thinking, sorry. And creativity. We've had the communication. Thank you. Okay. Something to think about. Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I learn. Okay, so that's the engaged learning. When they're engaged and involved, then they're actually doing the learning. So there's a few ways to keep your lessons engaging. The first one is incorporate some mystery into your classroom. So how would you incorporate mystery? I mean, the students know probably from the tarbiyah, if they're logging in, they know what the lesson is going to be the next week because they know the teacher's doing this module, this band, and the next lesson is going to be about this. But you can maybe take in a big box to the classroom, and everyone's going to be like, what's in the box? What's the teacher going to teach me that's inside the box? So you can do that. The box can have clues, for what's going to be in the lesson. So some sort of surprise or some kind of, maybe you can ask a question, to the students. And then from that can spring on what the topic for today is going to be. Okay, don't repeat classroom material. I think we've mentioned that earlier, that sometimes kids have heard or been taught about those topics before. How can you teach that topic in a different way? So firstly, find out what they know already. So if it's a topic like fasting, for example, maybe they've learned that before, maybe they've heard about fasting and the rules of fasting, what breaks a fast and so on. So find out first what they already know about the topic. And then when you teach, you're not going to be repeating material. You're going to sort of review what they know, and then you are then going to sort of focus on the things that they perhaps don't know, okay? So there are some strategies that you can use. There's a strategy called 3-2-1, in which pyramids, students draw a pyramid in their notebook. They write down the 3 things they've learned, the 2 things they thought were interesting, and the 1 thing they still have to focus on in that lesson. So that way, you know, they're engaging, they're already thinking about, what do I know, what do I want to know more about, what was really interesting in the lesson. The third way is to create classroom games. Was anyone there in the section on Arabic or Quran teaching with Sheikh Dehnavi yesterday? Okay, a few people, yeah. So I really liked one of the things that he was showing. He was telling everyone how he teaches students about the different positions of Salah. And he called out three of his boys in the front, or 3 of the participants there in the front, and he showed them how to play a game which is similar to Simon Says, okay? So I did that in my classroom, and of course we didn't want to use Simon, so we said Sheikh Says, okay? And then you would do Sheikh Says, you know, ruku, Sheikh says takbir, and then Sheikh says kunut, and then of course the Sheikh's not going to say it, but then you're going to get them to do. So those kind of games are things that students will engage them in the classroom. And so other examples of games, I think a lot of teachers use Kahoot quizzes, or bingo, or rolling, you know, something with rolling the dice, something a bit like throwing a ball, and, you know, having that, where the person that gets the ball has to answer the question. Those kind of games are really good and keep the students engaged in the classroom. Use technology, okay? So again, Kahoot or that Mentimeter would work really well with senior students. And then there's a couple of things here called Nearpod and Jamboard. I don't know if anyone's heard of those before, but maybe you can look into them. I think they're there in the manual somewhere. Another thing is to enjoy yourself in the class. So remember we said earlier that you have to be engaged in the content and the lesson as well. So if you're enjoying yourself, then guess what? Hopefully the students will see that. The teacher is enjoying, the teacher is engaged, and, you know, this is fun. It's fun being in the classroom, all right? Make your lessons interactive. So not just the conventional type of lectures, but conversations. More of conversations, more of questions from the students, more sort of that kind of way of interaction, so that the students are more hands-on and engaged, okay? When you involve them in the lesson, they're going to be the lesson becomes student-centered, learner-centered. Connect the material to your students' lives and make it relevant. So real-life stories, real-life scenarios, this will give them a better understanding. There is a section in each Tarbiyah lesson called Faith in Action, and I really like using those with my students, because whatever we've learned in that lesson is, then they can then take that home and practice it, put it into practice. So it might be, I think one of the lessons was about muhasaba, and then they had to, every night they had to think about, they had to do a self-accounting, they had to keep a diary of how their day went, what did they do in the day, and so on. They had to make some notes. And I think I did it with my year 5 or 6 class one year. And everyone wrote things down, even one night in the week, and they were all quite happy to come back the next week and share what they had done during that week. So if you connect what you're teaching to something that they can do at home or something that they're doing in their day-to-day lives, it becomes very relevant for them all of a sudden. Experience is a great teacher. So let your students experience your lesson rather than just listening to a prepared lecture. So if you're talking about social justice, then make a courtroom, have 2 sides. let the students present a case, and let them learn what it feels like to be fighting for what they believe or, against someone else's opinion and so on. So let them actually sort of have that practice. Think outside the box, okay? So lesson plans don't have to have the regular worksheets or lectures, you can have other things. I think we've talked about different processes, and some of those mention things like excursions or going on field trips, maybe having a guest speaker, taking the learning outdoors. So for that day, perhaps you can just have the classroom outdoors rather than indoors. That sort of thing can just break it up and give them a bit of variety. And finally, remember the 5 C's. Okay, I know you all know them because we've gone through them. So those are a few ways that hopefully, inshallah, you can keep your lessons engaging. All right, loud salawat, please. Okay, so I think there's been an executive decision that we'll have a bit of a break. Yeah, that got us salawat without any help. So 15 minutes? Yeah, so we'll come back at 3:30, please.
Tips to make this go faster. Okay, because we're tired now. And this is the time when my jet lag kicks in. So I'm really tired now. The less I have to stop to say, please, the quicker this will go. Also, I forgot what I was going to say because that's what happens when my jet lag kicks in. So we're just going to continue on as normal, inshallah. So this part of the curriculum talks about the integrated nature of tarbiyah. So before we start, you'll see that you have post-it notes on your tables somewhere hidden underneath all the rubble. Yep. Can you see it? I need you to write this one thing for me. And the question is, on your post-it note, write down one advantage of teaching Islam using an integrated approach. But before you write it, can I ask you, what do you think an integrated approach is? Like, what does it mean? What do I mean by integrated?
Different sources of information. So there could be Quran, there could be Hadith, there could be Akhlaq, kind of using all these different sources and using and kind of integrating it all together to save time, save resources, and get as much possible in the most.
So he's given you the answers to lots of different things. Okay, well done. Good job. I'll give you a Mars bars just now. So I think the question was, what is integration? And integration means you're not teaching aqaid, akhlaq, tariq, Quran, and fiqh as separate subjects. We are moving away from that, and we are now teaching Islam. Okay? And the inspiration that we've drawn from that is what do you think that we do that's integrated every single day? Okay, let me try maybe everything. What revelation has come to us that's completely integrated? Quran. We don't have Surah Al-Aqaid, Surah Al-Fiqh, Surah Al-Akhlaq, right? We have Surah Ma'idah, and we have Surah Yusuf, and we have Surah Ibrahim. And it is a melting pot of all these different things. They don't teach you a specific subject. It teaches you the concept of Islam. So, can I please ask you, on your post-it note, write down one advantage of teaching Islam using an integrated approach. Just a line, please. Don't send a messenger. Come and bring your post-it notes yourself. And please put it on this page here. So we have a minute starting now. What is the advantage of teaching Islam using an integrated approach? No discussion. No discussion. Individual project. That means I should be hearing no talking. Oh, you're translating? Yes. That's fine. So when you're ready, Zainab Auntie wins. You get Mars bar just for winning. Cool. Here we go. Sorry? See? What's in... yeah, so maybe Hussein Uncle can tell you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Fabulous. Thank you. Oh, very nice. Your handwriting is so neat. Thank you. MashaAllah. Okay, the minute is over. Let's come and put our post-it notes up here. Thank you, thank you. Is that everyone done? Yeah? Anyone else still writing? Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I hope nobody sent a messenger. Thank you, thank you. And that's everyone done? All right. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Do you notice I keep making everyone recite salawat all the time? Why do you think that is? It's sawab. Why else? Like it really does, right? Well, it helps me to refocus anyway. But also this idea of, it's something that we can use in the classroom as well, to bring the attention back instead of shouting, right, everyone, stop talking. You know, it's really what it brings barakah into your classroom, the aqaid aspect of it, you bring, you know, the Ahlul Bayt back. You know, lots of people you'll see they'll clap sometimes. Nothing wrong with clapping, but it's even better to recite salawat. So it's just, you'll pick up these processes as we go along. Okay, so what do you think was the benefit of this activity? Sorry? Different ideas, Amina auntie?
Every single person contributed to it.
Every single person contributed to this activity. What else? Made you think? What else?
It reassures, it's like kind of like a check right now whether this Saturday curriculum is delivering the objective with the integration aspect of it or not. Those advantages
All right.
kind of is like
I can find out from you what's happening.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. What else?
This activity itself is integrated learning.
How do you mean?
Because every idea someone have thought about aspect of history.
Yeah.
Someone have thought about Quran.
Yeah.
And all the ideas together is integrated learning.
Okay. Well, my question was, what was the benefit of this particular activity of writing it down on a post-it note? Yeah. Well, I think there are a few sent a messenger, I have to say. I saw that, but we'll dismiss those. But exactly, everyone has to stand up. We've been sitting for a really long time today. It's really important. Even in a 45-minute classroom, children are not programmed to sit for 45 minutes. Okay? What else? There's a few more.
It's very colorful, visual.
It's very nice to look at, actually. So get different colored post-it. Yeah. Sorry? No judgment. Exactly. There'll always be a child in your classroom who is shy to put their hand up. And there's always going to be that one guy who goes, I want to go first. You know that one. So this allows you to kind of, everyone gets a chance to go. Also, if someone has written the wrong answer, I don't necessarily know who it is, so there's no shaming, right? And in a class, there's about 40 of you here, mashallah. Hopefully there's not 40 children in a classroom, so you'd be able to read out all the answers as you go along, okay? So I'm going to read a few. So the question was, write down an advantage of teaching in an integrated way. So students gain a broader knowledge of Islam in line with mainstream school curriculums. Yeah, because there's cross-curricular studies now. What is it? Hold on, I can read this 1 second. Something both deen, okay. Merging both deen and dunya in a collaborative manner. Okay, flexibility, practice helping, holistic Islam, helps them understand better, efficient, how to survive in the model world with Islamic values, save time. So exactly, breaking barriers. We don't think, when I think of, I don't know, let's think of a topic. When I think of something, when I look at what's happening in Gaza today as an example, and you want to think about social justice, does it sit in one box neatly? Does it sit neatly in an aqaid subject? And the idea is we want to show them that in the world, you will not be thinking about subjects. We want them to think about Islam. Okay? So when we came up with the integrated nature of tarbiyah, there were very many eyebrows that went, wow, this is completely different, and I'm not sure whether it makes me comfortable. But what happens is there going to be enough of everything, but there's no specialty subjects. But me as a teacher, for 40 years, I've been teaching, akhlaq, and now how am I supposed to teach an integrated? So the idea of it is for us to take a step back and think, how do we communicate Islam to children in a way that benefits them holistically? Okay, so we have really thought about this, and we need to make sure that our children come away with a view on Islam that really allows them to live life properly. Okay, so when we when we started the process of thinking how to write lessons, there was a whole process that used to take place. Okay, we would have a first draft. We would sit there together as lesson writers, and maybe something like table manners as an example. So we would sit there and say, right, we're going to write table manners for a child who is 12 years old. How do we? Oh, no, 4 years old. How do we do it? We'd sit there. We'd make the first draft, and then we would do, we would come back to the edit, and then the editor would come back and say, okay, fine, this is, well, maybe not the way we want to do it. Maybe we have, so there would be a back and forth with the editor, then the editor would take it across to the scholar would have a look at it, and the scholar would come back with edits, and we would edit it again, and then it would go to the animators, and they would do all of it. So in all of this back and forth, how many hours do you think it took for us to write one lesson? How much? One lesson? You know the answer to this. A lot. So how long do you think it took us to write one lesson? 2 weeks. Give me hours.
40 hours.
40 hours? 60? Okay. I'm not going to tell you how long it took. We're going to do an activity first. So think about this in your mind, okay? But what we're going to do is I'm going to structure something for you. So, you ready? The longer we do this, the longer it's going to take to finish, by the way. Okay, so when we think about a topic, this is your topic, whatever your topic is, we need to think about how can we make it as integrated as possible. So you have, can you think of your 5 subject areas? What were they? Quran, then fiqh, aqaid, akhlaq, and history. Okay, and then we're going to add another one, which is going to be out of the box. Remember we talked about the wow, wonderful, wise? Okay. Can you turn to page number 29? Do you see a spider diagram there? Right, 29. Okay, there it is. In the box, please can you write the word wilaya? Wilaya. In the topic box. So in the square, please write the word wilaya. All right. Then I want you to fill the box, the circles around it with the subjects akhlaq, Quran, history, aqaid, and fiqh. Okay. And then one of them should say out of the box. As a table. Does everybody have all your boxes and your circles ready? Yeah? So your boxes should say akhlaq, Quran, history, fiqh, aqaid, and out of the box in no particular order. As a table, 5 minutes. Can you think, if you had to write a lesson on the topic of wilaya, what pieces of content would you integrate using all 5 of the subject areas plus 1 out of the box? Okay? We haven't started just yet. We're going to go in a second. Okay? Does everybody understand the activity? Yes. Who is confused? Put your hand up if you're confused. So you need to create content for this lesson, integrating all of the subject areas. So what is the topic? Wilaya. So what would you write about Quran? What would you write about akhlaq? What would you write about history? Make sense? What pieces of content would you add into the lesson to talk about wilaya? Do you understand? Or not so much? Out of the box. Out of the box. So something new, like wow, wonderful, wise. Tell me something. Have you understood it? What you have to do? Do you understand? Okay, I'll come and help you. All right? So 5 minutes to discuss as a group, and your time starts now. So for example,
more time. This is a smiley table. How you get together. Are you guys done? Almost. The boys are done. You have to win against the boys. We need to win. Yeah, yeah. But we're almost finished with this, though. Just one more thing to do. You remember you said you like the slide? Yeah. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. So, all done? It's really important that we listen now. Okay. I'm going to allocate a subject, a circle to a table. Okay? So let's see. We're all going to work on this together. So, let's see. Who wants to do Quran? Let's see. Okay, here, Quran. Which ayah of Quran would you use and why?
We used ayah tathir.
Ayah tathir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because إنما يريد الله ليذهب عنكم الرجس أهل البيت ويطهركم تطهيرا.
So why would you use that for wilayah? Why for wilayah?
To tell the importance of wilayah to the kids, and and relate it to Quran as well.
So
Yeah.
33, right?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Who else had different ayahs of Quran for this one? Here, Any other ayat of Quran? Yep, lastly. Surah Nisa, ayat 59. What does it say? Nisa is 4.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول وأولي الأمر منكم.
So, surah number 59, did you say?
Yes, Nisa 59.
Excellent. Okay? Very good. Can you give me fiqh, please?
For us was zakat. We still got zakat rules.
Very good. And salah for ruku. Very good. Excellent. Well done. Okay, anybody else had anything different to write for fiqh? Yeah.
We write the Tawalla and Tabarra.
Oh, excellent. Tawalla and tabarra. Very
Yeah.
good. Very good. Excellent. Excellent. What else? Anybody else had anything different for fiqh that you'd like to share? No? Going once, going twice? Okay. Can we get akhlaq from this table? That was the one you were stuck on. Oh. Generosity. So who were they for us? Role modeling. Excellent. Well done. Excellent. Akhlaq.
My handwriting, I apologize in advance. Okay. What about aqaid? Can we have that back table for aqaid, please? Nice and loudly. Imama. Excellent. Anybody else for, there's something different for aqaid? Anything different? Did you guys get anything different for aqaid?
We can also link Nabuwa.
1 second, hold on 1 second. Excuse me, everyone ready? Okay, sorry.
We can link Adala because the Adala of Allah, justice is manifested in the Nabuwa and Imama.
Wow.
That is one way.
It's deep.
Yeah?
Very good.
And that's one way. Also, we can link also Tawheed with it. We can also link a lot of things.
Ahsan.
I think Adala of Allah is
Very good. Excellent. We've never heard that before, actually, from feedback. Excellent. I know next Maulana. So aqaid is done. Akhlaq is done. How about history? Stop writing now, my hands. Huh? Who's not done it yet? Back table. Ida Ghadir, Ida Mubahila. What else? Yeah. Anybody else? Anything else? Ghadir was an easy one. Da'watul Ashira. That's such a good one. We were discussing this the other day, actually, in our team meetings. This event doesn't get enough traction, doesn't get enough sound bites. Amazing. When he was 12 or 13 years old, immediately, right? Da'watul Ashira. Fantastic. Okay. Have we done 6? We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out of the box. Have we done aqaid? We have, right? Yeah. Out of the box. Leadership. So tell me about leadership.
Our imams.
1 second.
Leaders.
Sorry?
Our imams are leaders and they lead the path.
Excellent.
They show us the hidayah.
Excellent.
And they are Qur'an.
So when you're thinking about leadership qualities, when you're thinking about how you can be a leader, how do you elect a leader, right? What else? Think outside the box.
Just following the imam outside and also the
Oh, very good, very good, excellent. Wilayat Faqih, a bit of a contentious issue in some places, but very good. You can get that conversation going. Look.
Purpose of creation, because when Allah created Adam, He said, "I'm creating a Khalifa. I'm creating this
Ahsant.
wali of mine on earth," and then that's the kind of link it to the purpose of creation.
Yeah, very good.
That wilayah come from Allah, not from Saqifa.
Exactly. So these are divinely appointed leaders, not appointed. Excellent. Very good. Very deep thinking. Very good. What else? Ma'rifat. So, hold on, excuse me. 1 second, sorry. Say it again. So tell me more about it.
Needing to know and acknowledge their high status and their above all Anbiya.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Amazing. And also they do things that we haven't even thought of yet. So the way that they perceive the world is so beautiful. Thank you. Anything else outside of the box?
Yeah, one is bravery of Imam Ali, Battle of Khyber.
Okay.
By the against the Muhammad, and he take the door of Khyber.
Yeah.
And 2 fingers.
MashaAllah.
And he's a brave.
So his karama, beautiful. Excellent. Okay. So now do you see how one thing, usually when we think of wilaya, where would you put it really? Like if you were to do, your separate subject, where would you have put wilaya? If you were teaching it? Aqaid. But you see what a missed opportunity it is when you think you can link it to so many different subjects. Okay? So that's the idea behind integrating a curriculum. Can I ask you now, if it took you about this much time, you thought about the lessons. So now put all of these things together and tell me, how many hours do you think it must have taken to create one lesson? So this would be the first, the brainstorming. Then the lesson writer would go home, write the lesson. Then she would bring it to the table, then there would be another discussion, then we would take it back again. Then we would take it to the first editor, the editor would have a look at it, then we would take it back with the edits. Then you go to a second editor, we would bring it back, and you take it to the animator would write something, send it back to the teacher was like, oh, this is not what I had in mind, it would be edited again. Then once that was done, then we would take it to, say, today take it to the scholar, the first scholar, who would have a look at it and say, I don't know, maybe change this. Oh, actually, that's a really good lesson. We'd do the third, fourth edit, then it would go to Sayyid Muhammad Rizvi, and we would get sign-off. How many hours do you think it took us to write a lesson, one lesson?
Over 1,000.
1,000 hours. Whoa. 1,000 hours for 555 lessons. we'd still be writing. That's what I'm saying. So if you take one lesson, but there's 555 of them, we'd still be writing.
83.
Higher.
40. Higher.
So some chai here, please.
130.
130? Close. It took us 120 hours to write one lesson. 6 days to write one lesson. No, that's more than 6 days, right? Eight. So if you do 8 hours as a working day, it's more than that, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, we took breaks. Yeah, we slept. We did all the things. Okay? So it takes 120 hours to write one lesson. So please be assured that lots and lots of effort, lots of checking has taken place when we write a lesson. But also be assured you don't have to do this for every lesson. It's all been done for you. Okay? So to conclude, where's my PowerPoint phone? Who changed the cameras? Maybe we need to get a bus back sometime. Okay. I just want to bring the PowerPoint back to focus. Oh my God, my horrible writing is so bad. That's so funny. Is it back? Okay. So to understand, thank you. To understand the idea of integration, you don't need to do this now, but you can scan the QR code, and Sayyid Muhammad Rizvi talks beautifully about the importance of integration, the benefits of integration. This is not an innovation that we have come up with. It includes all of the content that you would require. It's just presented in a different way. And also, just to end with, we did this activity with the Post-it notes. Do it with your children in the classroom. You've seen lots of different processes today. Use them in the classroom. It's a really great way to get everybody involved in the lesson. Are there any questions on integration before we end? No? Thank you. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Sure.
Will you be able to do the clicky thing?
Okay, let me do that, yes.
Armchair, okay?
Armchair.
Yeah, so you're pressing the up button. Oh, but I haven't done it, so leave that.
Leave that, or just do a show of hands, okay. Okay, so back towards this end of the classroom now. I'm taking over from Sister Zuleika for this lesson, for this section. So this section is about planning and plenary. Now, I find that we all know about planning because that's how to plan your lesson. Plenary is a word that I think is a very British word. I don't think we use it in Australia. But anyway, we'll go with them. We'll go with the flow at the moment. And so the question here is, how long does it take you to plan a madrasa lesson? Any show of hands? We don't have a Mentimeter, hasn't been organized. And I think it's probably quicker if you just sort of give me an idea, for those of you who have prepared lessons, how long does it take you to prepare a lesson? So, yeah, yes, sister.
It's 20 to half an hour.
20 minutes to half an hour, okay. Mom? How long do you take? About 40 minutes, okay. Anyone else? Anyone from this table, sister? 40 to 45 minutes, okay. From that table, would anyone like to? Do you take more or less? What the lesson is, what the topic is, okay. And from this table, Abbas, how long does it take you? I'll ask the two Abbases, okay, so I'll be fair. 40 minutes. Is that in the car while you're driving?
I'm driving, so how can I prepare?
I don't know, you're mentally thinking about it. You can think, you can multitask, right, when you're driving? 40 to 60 minutes. So roughly anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour. Okay. All right. So what's the reason why you plan a lesson? Why do you plan a lesson? Why can't you just walk into the class, as we talked earlier in the lessons about Salah? I know how to pray. I'm going to teach the children what they need to know about Salah. Why do you need to plan the lesson? We've done this before.
I feel that the students understand whether the teacher is prepared or not. And the teacher feels confident if she's prepared.
Excellent, excellent, yes. So if you've gone in prepared, if you know exactly, if you're teaching Tarbiyah online, if you're calling up the slides on your screen, if you go in prepared, you know what the content is that you're teaching. You know whether you have to, which pages you're going to go through. You don't have to go through the entire, like 20 slides. You know, okay, I'm going to do slide 1, 5, 6, 10, and 15 today. I don't need to go through all of them. The rest of them, they can do it at home as homework. When you go in prepared, you already won half the battle because you're in charge of the content. Then you just have to take charge of the classroom. All right? So you'll be able to teach an effective lesson, and you'll make sure that the students are engaged with you. All right? When you have a lesson plan, then you can use that as a guide to determine what your students are going to learn, how you're going to teach that lesson, and how you're going to evaluate what they have learned in the lesson as well. Okay? Let's see. No, that's not it. Okay. Planning is the key to a successful lesson. A good plan is like a roadmap. It shows the final destination and usually the best way to get there. Okay? So that's how your lesson's going to be. If you've planned it, you've got the roadmap, you know where you're going. You're not just navigating in the dark. How do you plan an engaging lesson? So the first thing you do is you've got to read the lesson yourself. You have to know what the content is. Then you can plan an effective lesson. And it requires you to determine what are the three main things, what are the three main components of the lesson. The first is, what's the learning objective? What are you trying to get across to your students in this lesson? All right? The second thing is the body. So what is the content in that lesson? What's the main body of content there? And the third thing is the plenary, which I said is a bit of a word that we don't like, but how are you going to evaluate or check how much the students know at the end? How are you going to conclude your class? Okay? So what are the learning objectives? Every Tarbiyah lesson starts with objectives. And what is a learning objective? What do you think a learning objective is? What you're trying to achieve out of that lesson, what you want the students to have, sort of learnt about or accomplished in that lesson. The learning objectives are statements that describe significant and essential learning. All right? Learning objectives identify what the learner will know and be able to do at the end of a lesson. The body of the lesson. Once you know what the lesson objectives are, it's time to plan how you're going to get that content across to your students. It's very important to know what it is, what the content is yourself, because students, like that sister said, will pick up that you don't know what you're talking about if you don't know the content yourself. Use the lesson guides, the teaching guides as inspiration. If you feel that you don't know how you're going to teach this topic, if you're stuck, like how do I get this topic across in a creative way, in a way that's going to engage the students because it's something that's a bit tricky, it's something that's a bit sort of, normal, regular, they've done it before. How am I going to approach it in a new way? Ensure that you are within the time set for every part of the lesson so that your students can experience the lesson without being rushed. So in the teaching guide, it gives you, if you've used it before, it gives you an idea of this section should take 10 minutes, this section will take 15, this is 30 minutes for this. So make sure that you are giving yourself enough time. And of course, it depends on your class size as well. If you have a class of 15 students as opposed to a class of 25 students, you have to kind of adjust your lesson plan to allow for your class size as well. And then you will incorporate activities so that your students can demonstrate what they have learned. All right? The plenary. Now that Sister Zuleika is here, I have to be very careful what I say about that.
You can say anything you want.
We've already joked about that word. Okay, so I'm supposed to be asking you if you know what plenary is. We've already discussed it. It's your conclusion. It's how you're going to evaluate what your students have taken in of what you've taught them in that lesson. So plenaries are used by teachers to review the lesson objectives and to consolidate the learning. In a classroom context, a plenary is an activity done to evaluate the learning of all pupils. And in its purest form, the plenary is this question: what have you learned today? So if you're going to ask your students at the end, what have you learned today? That's what it is. Now, there are different ways that you can ask that question. You could do a quiz. You could do the test yourself quiz that was at the end of the lesson. That would be a plenary. You could ask them, there will be some more ideas coming up, so we can go through those, I think. Probably the best way. Okay, so you could do a memory game where the students sort of write keywords from that lesson, all the things that they've learned in that lesson. They have 2 minutes to then remember them. Then you take the words off the board, and then they have to kind of remember what was written on the board, perhaps. They can work in groups if that's easier. If you've got a large class size, maybe instead of individually, you can do that as groups. Quiz master, so you can have a quiz, like a test yourself or some other format, and that can be a way. You can have 5 features, so you can ask them to summarize that lesson in 5 sentences or 5 keywords. Visualizing, others have mentioned visualizing, so you can ask them to create a visual summary of the lesson, a mind map, a flow chart, a Venn diagram timeline, so on and so forth. And teacher challenge, so ask the students to make up 3 questions to ask you. So from the content that they've learned that day, they can make up some questions and they can ask you the questions. So those are some ways of having that question answered. What have you learned today? Okay. Oh, there's another one. Topic tennis. Okay. Divide the class into groups of 3. In each group, there should be 2 players and an umpire. The teacher says a topic, and the 2 players can say related words about the topic until they run out of ideas. Okay. The umpire decides who wins. That's very topical at the moment with the tennis going on. And card questions, so they can write down questions with answers at the back. Emoji exits. Okay, so this is a good one, and it works well, I think, with all ages. You know, at the end of the class, you can ask the students to reflect on that lesson. Are they happy with the lesson, what they've learned? Are they sad? Was it, boring? Was it too confusing? Would they like to review it? So you can have some emojis. I think you can have the sort of actual emojis, or you can ask them to choose emojis or whatever way you want to use that. But that's a good way. And then they can explain to you why they've said bored or why have they said sad. And in a minute, they can tell you about today's lesson without hesitating, repeating, or deviation. They can tell you what the lesson was today. Role reversal. This is a good one. Ask a student how they would teach a particular concept from that lesson to someone else. Now, I think we've done that in our classes before, where we've actually had students teaching lessons in certain terms. But this is a good way at the end of the class to just sort of give your students the opportunity to kind of say, how would you teach this lesson if you were bored, or if you didn't like it, or if it was confusing? What way would you teach, perhaps? And that way you can get some sort of ideas from them. Okay, so to reflect at the end, reflecting on a lesson that you've taught is like sitting down to a nice cup of tea. It gives you space in which to think about what you've thought, said, and done. Sometimes a lesson will go better than you've planned it. The students were really engaged. You also thought, wow, that was really good. Other times it doesn't go to plan. And there are things you said, oh, you can change, you might have to change your plans midway because it's not really going as well as you think. And as a teacher, you have to remember that you are a student in this journey as well, and you are learning from every lesson you teach. So it is really good after every lesson to do that little bit of self-accounting. How did my lesson go today? What could I do better? What have I done well? And how could I make it better in the future? Remember, a good teacher can inspire hope, ignite the imagination, and instill a love of learning. It's also really good to allow students to reflect on the lesson that they've been taught. And I think that sort of tip that was there at the end about role reversal, they can also give you ways in which the lesson could be improved, or what they liked about the lesson or the way it was taught that day if it went really well. So I think with that, we come to the end of this section, which was really quick. So let's have a loud salawat. Yes, and then,
We need to have a show of hands to see who's going.
yes, yeah. So,
Can we have a show of hands? Who is doing today? Who is going to be watching the band A and B demo for the young children? Who teaches young children here? All the way up, nice and high. So the rest are for you. Yes,
so in a few minutes, in about sort of maybe 5-10 minutes, what we're going to do is we're going to sort of split and have some demo lessons. So Sister Zuleika is going to demonstrate a band F lesson in this room, and I'll be demonstrating a band A lesson, which is a band A lesson which will work for band A or B teachers using the storybooks. I'll be doing that on the other side. So those of you who have elected to teach band A and B, if you can all come to that side, and then we'll do that. And those of you who are doing sort of C to F, not now, not yet, because there's one other thing I want to just go through before that. So, sorry, sisters. How many of you have done a micro-teach session, which is a session where you actually present a lesson? So Shani, don't leave at this point. But just listen before you go, please. You can go a bit later on. I'm the master of not letting people go to the bathroom or drink water when it doesn't suit me. Sorry, Shani. So the reason why I ask is, if you've done a micro-teach session before, that's fine. But for those of you who are new to this Tarbiyah training today, it's your first time to come and complete the training. The next step now, after you've done the training and you've seen the demo lessons, is that you are actually going to be asked to prepare a lesson. You'll be given a lesson according to whichever bands you want, whether it's A or B or C to F. You'll be given a lesson, and you will be going away and preparing that lesson and coming back to do a session itself. So you will be, I'm just pointing at him. You will be doing a lesson, and that is not going to be tomorrow. We're going to be electing another time. So for those schools who, I think you have done that already, Imam Hassan students who are new, you will be having to do that. And sisters, have you done a micro-teach before? No. So, and what about your teachers? No. So I think what we might do is we might sort of sit together and choose a venue and a time that works well. And then probably in the next couple of months, so that we don't forget and it's not too far away. But let's maybe choose a venue. Which venue works? What do you think? I don't know if you want to host it or you guys want to host it. Is it possible to come to the same place? Yeah? I don't know if your admin people are here today, or I know you're here as admin for Imam Mahdi. So I don't think if you can host it, or, no, not really, yeah. So well, look, let's work that out a bit later on. But basically, all of you who have not done a micro-teach session, so that includes the Imam Hassan new teachers who are coming on board and the new teachers here, you'll be given a lesson to prepare, and you'll have to come back. It'll be a sort of 3 to 4 hour session maximum. And you'll be given about, is it 20 minutes? You won't have to do the whole lesson, but you'll have a 20-minute section. And I think you can probably cover 1 or 2 objectives. One learning objective. Yeah, 1 learning objective. Okay, so each of those Tarbiyah lessons has 3 objectives, and you'll be able to cover 1 objective in that 20-minute slot that you have. And the way it's set up is in groups like this. So you'll be having a group of other teachers with you, and you'll be presenting to a small group on your table or in your sort of group. And while you're presenting, they will be giving you feedback. It's like you're the teacher, they're your students, and they will give you feedback at the end of your 20 minutes on how the lesson went, what went well, and which ways you could improve the lesson. And then it will be the other person in the group will be then doing their presentation. So in that way, and then we'll be going around as well, observing and giving you feedback as well. So it kind of works in that way. Does that make sense? Yeah? All right. So that's one thing that we will look at setting up, inshallah, for the Nabi Akram and Imam Mahdi youth and the Imam Hassan new students as well. And I think with that, we are done, except for now we're going to separate and go into Whoever is going to stay here to do the Band F lesson demo can do so, and those who want to go and do the Band A and B, if you can come across to the other room on that side, I think, that would be really good. So how many were going to do the Band A and B demo?
Nice and nice.
Yep, okay. Yeah, so if you can, we can stand up and we can go next door, inshallah. Yes, if you can take all your things with you, that would be really good.
And just to give us anything that they haven't used, so all the
Sister, yes.
Other teachers haven't done micro.
If your teachers haven't done a micro teach, then we can work out how we'll do that because you're interstate.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, maybe perhaps the next time we come to Melbourne or something like that, we'll have to work that out. But maybe you can get in touch with me, and we'll see how that work can be worked out. All right. So if you can make sure that you take all your things, and actually, if you have any of those props that were given to you and any of these things, maybe we'll clear those up. Yeah. I think there's another one there as well. Could you collect all these things, the props and stuff, and give them to Sister Zuleika? You can go, maybe one of you can stay here and one of you can go there. Or I think, because you wanted primary, right? Yeah. Perhaps you can do that, yeah. And when you can stay here, yeah. You're doing high school, right? So maybe you can stay here if you want, yeah. Can one of you just clear up the props and things and help Sister Zuleika? I'm going to go next door, yeah.
nurturing party. Can we have your props, please?
I didn't take any of the things.
Can we have your props, whatever you had, your glue stick, your marker, can we have it here if that's okay? Let me show it to you. Yeah, I know. So, there are 8 modules. Right? Then we have and you teach across that, right? So you do, for example, 6 lessons per module.
first few weeks of getting to know your children, all the things. So this fits nicely, nice and comfortable within a year of learning. You can do assessments at the end of the module, you can do it at the end of the term, you can do it however you want to do assessments. The reason why we haven't mandated assessments in a particular way is because around the world people do it at different times and different things. That's something you can do yourself. You can do it any way you want, but there's some things that I think that with that digital therapy I will show you, these milestones need to be assessed. Like, no problem. And then everything else, if you're doing social justice, that can be done as a role play or a project or however you want to do it. It's built into the, so when have you been through the curriculum? Have you gone through the, I can give you access to it. So what you can do is, it's built into the mechanism of the curriculum itself. So there'll be like random questions around it, or there'll be extended learning, or at the end when you have your lesson review, there'll be open-ended questions that will allow for, epistemological questions. So have a look at it. If you find there's a gap, let us know where you think the gaps are, and we can, fill those gaps for you. So we've been very mindful of the kind of general needs of the children, as again, not as specialists, but as children who are going to leave at the age of 16 with the knowledge of how can I fulfill my obligatory rights. And then specialism comes later. So this is for them to get onto the right track. So I know where you're coming from. You're coming from those really specialist kind of focused, yeah, and that's all in the curriculum. So we have a Big Bang Theory, evolution, different kinds of.
How is it structured? Do you get them to go and explore question it, or do you say nothing's wrong?
So we don't leave it open for the children because that's dangerous at this age. We don't allow them to think, oh, well, this is the Big Bang Theory or evolution. Did we actually come from monkeys, or do you think we don't leave those questions open? We don't think this is the right age or the right time for those kind of questions to happen.
What's the age for those things?
I think once they've done university, once they've understood how to academically question things, I think at this young age, we talk about the indelible mark that we make. If a teacher, and again, we don't have specialist teachers in all madrasas to be able to answer questions correctly. So if you leave these open-ended questions to even teachers who don't know the answer, we could have a really big mess on our hands. So we've been very mindful of the fact that we know who our volunteers are, we know who our teachers are, we understand who our audience and demographic are as well, and what's the end goal. And then we have online HOSA for those kind of questions for people who want to do things later. So we have HOSA online, the World Federation, lots of different places where if you are there's no HOSA online is expensive. Yeah. But again, it's for children, it's for people who are older than madrasa age, right? So at madrasa age you want to cap them. Yeah.
When you have them
Yeah. Yeah, we have a new lesson, but it's recorded so we can send it. Yeah? Let's start, inshallah. Should we catch up on this a bit later? Is that okay? Thank you, Brother Ibrahim. Jazakallah.
Where's the other auntie from last year?
Yeah, the 3 months you were so excited. Which one? 14 years old, not in behavior or attitude, just cognitively 14. This is a C to F, the older years. Okay, is everyone ready? This is the last thing we're going to do today. If I can have your full attention, it's going to stop me from kind of stopping and starting. You're okay with that? You tired now? Even me. Wallah, even me. Even I'm tired. Don't worry. So we'll go through this as quickly as we can. Okay. For this, inshallah, we are going to pretend to be between 14 and 15 years old. Only cognitively, not, please don't give me behavior management thing to do with going to everybody in the room. Okay? And the reason I'm asking you because if we spend too much time thinking like, oh, but in my class they will do this, in my class they will do this, we're not going to be able to finish the lesson in time. Okay? So I need you all to close your eyes. And if you don't close your eyes, I can see that you're not closing your eyes. So close your eyes. It's not funny yet. Okay? Please pretend that you're 14 years old. Okay, let's make an intention. We are going to sit and learn from each other, inshallah. Learn new ways to teach our children. Qurbadan, ilallah. Open your eyes. Are you 14? Huh? But not behavior wise. You're 14. I'm going to leave that open for you guys to figure out. You're 14. If you guys want to come and join the lesson then, why don't you join the lesson? Are you sure? Fasten to come with the lesson back and then we'll go. Okay. All right. Is everyone ready? So I'm going to... Yeah. We're going to put all our phones away for the next 40 minutes. Put your phones away. Okay. So assalamu alaikum everyone. How are you? How are you? How was your weekend? How was your week? What did you do? Anything exciting happen to your week? Okay, did your team win? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Which team do you support? Man? Okay. What did you ladies do? Anything exciting? Just staying in my room. Just staying in your room? Oh no! Did you not go out of school? Oh, it was my phone. Oh, you were your phone. Okay, excellent. All right. So today we're going to be learning about taqwa. So before we start, we're going to start with an ayah of Quran. But I want you to pay attention because there's something in there that I want you to find out. Is everyone ready? Bismillah. Okay. So here's the ayah of Quran. Does anybody want to read it out, or shall I play it? What do you think we should do today? Play it. Should I play it? Okay.
يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله ولتنظر نفس ما قدمت لغد واتقوا الله إن الله خبير بما تعملون.
Okay. Who wants to read out the English meaning? Who wants to read out the translation? Can I ask you to read out the translation, Najimadi? Nice and loud.
Be wary of Allah and let every soul consider what it stands ahead for tomorrow. And be wary of Allah. Allah is indeed well aware of what you do.
Excellent. Has anyone picked up a pattern? What can you see in this ayah of Quran? Can anyone see a pattern? Allah is aware. Excellent. Be wary of Allah. Is it twice? wattaqullah, and there's taqullah, and there's wattaqullah. What does that mean? Be wary of Allah. Okay, so I want you to have this in your mind. But actually, can you tell me what reflections do you have of this particular ayah? What jumps out at you? What jumps out at you when you look at this ayah of Quran? It says, "Oh, you who believe, be wary of Allah, and let every soul consider that it's what it sends for tomorrow." You're answerable. So, like, what do you mean? Answerable for what? Every deed. Every deed. Okay. What else? Can anyone think about anything that jumps out to them about this particular ayah of Quran? Allah is watching us all the time. Anything else? No? What I find really interesting is let every soul consider what it sends ahead for tomorrow. What does that mean? What do you think that means? The hereafter. So everything that you do today is a short and a medium term, but there's also we need to consider the long term. So have this in your mind, inshallah, as we go through the lesson. All right, so I'm going to go around the room and we're going to play word tennis, and I'm going to, well, tennis is going on right now, but we're going to, so I'm going to say the word taqwa, and you need to tell me the first thing that comes to your mind when we say the word taqwa. Okay, so are you ready? When I say taqwa, what do you think? Following wajibat, excellent, nice enough. Believing in Allah, being conscious of Allah, God consciousness, being moral, Allah first, excellent. Allah is everywhere, honest follower, God-fearing, God consciousness, protect your iman, beautiful, being pious, obeying Allah, having taqwa. What does that mean? What does that mean? Being pious, being God conscious, fearing God, doing the right thing, saying things, do the right thing, actions and consequences. And when I think of taqwa, I think of football. Is that a thing? No? Let's have a look. Okay.
Fuller desde el punto penal, lo tapó. México, México ha ganado en penales.
So, what did you pick up? Was there a pattern? Did you see a pattern?
Yeah.
What happened?
Goalkeeper was jumping in too early and
None of them were goals. Was the goalkeeper jumping in too early? The goalkeeper was jumping in too early.
He was moving forward off the line still.
Okay. Okay. So okay, excellent. What else? Why do you think so? I'm going to go back and see if you can screenshot something. Okay, there you go. So think about this. Why do you think I said when I think of taqwa, I think of football? Why do you think that's a thing? Or is it a thing?
But it's very conscious all the time.
Who's conscious all the time? Goalkeeper. So what does that mean? So how do we link it back to taqwa? Think about the whole picture. What can you see? What can you see? You can see a pitch. What role does everybody play? Okay. What are you defending? Ahsantum. Who is shaitan in this? The striker? Okay. What is the ball?
Sins.
The sin. What is the goalkeeper? Taqwa. He is trying to stand there and save the sin from going into your soul. And what's your soul? The net. Okay? So the idea is we're always having to be conscious. We're always having to think, where is the sin coming from? Where is the temptation coming from? And the role that the goalkeeper plays is the goal of our taqwa. It is when you're conscious that Allah is always watching, Allah is always there, then before saying something or doing something or wearing something or not saying something or going somewhere or not going somewhere, if you're always thinking about Allah first, right? More likely than not, inshallah, the goalkeeper is going to, win and not let any goals come in. anybody have any questions around this whole football thing? Does it make sense to you? Yeah? 14 to 15. Yeah? Okay. So, we talked about the word taqwa. Okay? Taqwa means God consciousness, but it comes from the Arabic word wiqaya. Does anybody know what wiqaya means? Sorry? Preventing? Yeah? What else does it mean? It means protection. Wiqaya comes from the word protection. And when we talk about we want to cover, we want to protect ourselves from the sins, right? Now, if you think about it, there's an analogy that we can use about wiqaya. We're protecting ourselves from sin, so we can get as much guidance from Allah as possible. If you think about it, when I was very small, my teacher once told me, as a metaphor, let's pretend that when we're born, we have a letterbox in our heart that's shaped like a rectangle. Okay? Like this. It's not a real thing, it's a metaphor. Okay? It's shaped like a rectangle. Every time you do something wrong, or every time Allah wants to send us guidance, or every time we want to be inspired by Allah, it comes in the shape of a rectangle. So young children, their fitra is very, very simple. But every time I sin, and every time I do something wrong, the rectangle becomes distorted. Okay, now it looks like this. So now when Allah is sending me messages, is it fitting into the letterbox anymore? Why not? Because it's been distorted, right? So the idea is you want to protect yourself from sin to ensure that we can hear the sound of our conscience saying, maybe I shouldn't do this. I'm walking into this space. Is it okay for me to do this? I am not wearing the hijab I need to wear. Is it okay? Then there should be a conscious state in your ear saying, you're doing something wrong. You're saying, should you be talking about ghibah like this? Shall I be in a company of people like this? So the idea is to protect our nafs and our soul so we can continue getting inspiration by Allah. Taqwa also means to be aware of Allah at all times. Allah, when you have someone, that you're fearful of or you have a lot of respect for, how are you in their presence? Think about somebody you really respect. Let's just say this Sistani walked in, inshallah. Maybe he can come and visit us one day. Maybe he walked into the center. How would you be in front of him? Respectful. So respectful. You'd make sure your hijab was okay. You'd stand up for him. He's just a man. Let's just say one day Imam al-Zaman walks into our center, inshallah, maybe be alive to see it. How would you be then? In awe of him. Oh my God, Imam al-Zaman is here. Imagine Allah sees us all the time. All the time. More important than Imam al-Zaman is Allah. Okay? So when I think of words about awe, what ism of Allah comes to your mind when you think about what asma al-husna come to your mind? Can you think of any? Rahim. Rahim? Is that what gives you awe? Yeah? What else? How about things like he's the Malik, he's the king? Right? How about things like Aziz, the mighty? Alright? So when you think about Allah, you think about his might and his greatness. Okay? But Allah is also Rahman and Rahim, like you said. Yeah? Samir, yeah, he can hear you all the time. Basir, he can see you all the time. He doesn't sleep. He doesn't rest. I know that, by the way, from the hours of 2 to 3 o'clock, you guys can do whatever I want because I'm on a break. Okay? Allah doesn't function like that. So he is always there. He's always listening, always seeing. But he's also very soft. He's also very kind. What words bring about the kindness? What words can you think of that remind you of Allah's kindness? Rahim. Kareem, the generous one. Rahman, the kind one. Okay? So there's a beautiful hadith by Imam al-Sajjad. And Imam Zainul Abidin says in Dua Abu Hamd al-Thamali, if I contemplate on my sins, Ya Allah, I become really fearful. But when I think about your generosity, I harbor hope. And taqwa is living between this idea that Allah is always there. I have to be careful all the time. But actually, sometimes if I slip and I do something by accident, I can ask for istighfar because He is so Rahman. He loves you 70 times more than your parents. So it's a beautiful relationship between hope and generosity, inshallah. All right, so Surah Tawbah. Does anybody want to read this or shall we play it? What do you want to do? Shall we play it again?
أفمن أسس بنيانه على تقوى من الله ورضوان خير أمن أسس بنيانه على شفا جرف نار فانهار به في نار جهنم والله لا يهدي القوم الظالمين.
Okay. Can I get someone to read out? Shani, will you read out the English? Nice and loud, please. Thank you. Thank you. Is he who found his building on taqwa, so imagine you're building your life and your intentions and what you do on taqwa, is he better off? And so you're in the pursuit of Allah. So everything that you do now is in the pursuit of the pleasure of Allah. Is he better off? Or is he the one who found his building on the brink of a collapsing bank, which collapses with him into the fire of hell better off? Which one do you think? Who's better off? The person who builds his life and makes all his decisions based on Allah's pleasure better off? Or somebody who builds on these trivial, temporary things? What do you think? Right? It's a no-brainer, right? But think about who's like, if you're building a house, would you build it on a strong foundation or would you build it on a sandy sort of place where you can sink? You build on a strong foundation, right? So Allah is telling us here that think about the intention, think about why you are doing what you're doing. Think about how long a pleasure will last you for. If you sin today, it's going to give you some short-lived pleasure, right? But then what do you remember the first ayah of Quran? Think about what you're sending ahead for tomorrow. It may be hard just now to give up some things that Allah says I have to give up. It's not fair. My friends don't have to wear hijab. It's so hard to pray salah in the middle of the day. It's so embarrassing to ask my teacher, Miss, can I get a place to pray? It's not normal. My friends aren't doing it, right? It's not fair. I don't get to go to these parties or I don't get to go to these places, but it's a short-lived sacrifice for a long-term reward. Okay? So, essentially, if we know what taqwa is, what do you think is a muttaqi? Who is a muttaqi? What do you think that means? Anyone make the connection between taqwa and a muttaqi? One who practices taqwa. Beautiful. Well done. Okay, so practicing taqwa requires a muttaqi person puts aside his own wants and pleasures. I really want to not fast. It's really hot. I think your summer is coming up now, right? So our winter is coming up. We have like regular fast. We did the whole 240 to 950 fast, you know. It's hard. And then you're watching your friends drink a nice like big jug of water and it's really hard. It's not easy to fast. It's not easy not to go, you know, in Shahr Ramadan it's actually the amal of, Laylatul Qadr, but your friends are going out for a barbecue. It's not fair, right? You think, but I would rather be doing this. But the idea of a muttaqi is somebody who lets go of his pleasures. It's okay, Ya Allah. If you're happy, then I'm going to do what makes me happy. So, what I'm going to do is, muttaqi, a person who practices taqwa, I want you to think of some things in this world. It doesn't have to be Islamic or anything. What do you think you might have to give up in the medium or the short term to achieve long-term goals? Does that make sense? What sacrifices do you think you could make for something that you want to achieve in this world to be able to attain long-term goals? I'm going to give you literally 3 minutes to think about it. You don't have to write it down if you don't want to. You can just discuss it as a table. But your 3 minutes starts now. Jim. Jim? Yeah. There you go. All right, excellent. Like, let's share. Okay, so what did you guys come up with? Can you think of one thing? So, Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Okay, so what did you guys think of?
Stop having junk food.
Okay, stop having junk food. So that's the sacrifice. What's the long-term gain?
You will be healthy.
You'll be healthy. So if you want to get healthy or fit or you want to lose weight, you need to give up some food that you really enjoy to be able to. Okay, love. What did you guys think of?
Not going to farmers.
Okay.
Because they might be haram.
Okay.
And I would avoid nail polish.
You would nail polish, yeah, so that you can pray on time. Excellent. What about here?
Giving up Fridays for Jummah and youth nights.
MashaAllah.
Giving up sleeping late so they can wake up for pleasure.
Wow.
Saving money for booms.
That's not about 14-year-olds.
I was going to say, these are some evolved 14-year-olds.
Not going out with your friends so you can go to work and save up money.
Yeah, or not going out with your friends so you can study for your exams, things like that. So, okay? So, excellent, thank you. Okay, so when it comes to taqwa, are we ready? Okay? When it comes to taqwa, there are two levels of taqwa. There's a lower stage of taqwa and a higher stage. What do you think the lower stage of taqwa could be? What do you think? Are we listening, ladies? Yeah? What do you think the lower stage of taqwa could be? Which is what? Okay. Okay. Think as a 14-year-old. What do you think? What's the lower? Yeah? I would go lower than that. Think about it.
Just knowing, unfortunately, I would think the highest stage would be the one.
Possibly, right? Okay. So the lower stage of taqwa is when a person is so tempted by things that are haram, they would just step away from them. They don't have the immunity or the willpower to even step away from things that would affect them. So if you are trying to get fitter or you're diabetic or you're trying to lose weight, then having sweets around you is really hard. Because you're just like, oh, I'm really tempted to have this one, just one, right? So you just take them all out of your house and you just don't go there. So we're just going to give them an example of this. Yeah? Okay? So the idea is your willpower is so weak, right? That you're going to stay away from all the things that are wrong for you. When you get to a higher stage of taqwa, you are now able to, because you've built a shield around yourself, a protection around yourself, you've immunized yourself from the want to do it, you can now start to integrate back into places. You can maybe go to a restaurant, maybe you won't order the dessert. In some cases, when monks started the whole process of becoming muttaqi, about becoming God conscious, have you heard of them? They would retreat into solitude and they would just be by themselves and they would try and connect with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I want to be away from, I don't want to go to weddings because I'm scared of maybe gossiping. I don't want to go to gatherings because I'm scared I'll do something wrong. Somebody might say something or tempt me or something, so I'm just going to retreat away from society. But as you become higher in your level of taqwa, then what happens is you can reintegrate. These are people who live amongst normal people, but because they've created a shield within themselves, they're able to. But that doesn't mean you go to a nightclub and say, look, I can go to a nightclub now because it doesn't tempt me to do anything anymore. It's about making sure that you can be around people, but you can live in a very pious way. Okay? So any questions? Okay, so once you've created a taqwa shield around yourself, like an immunity shield, that's what we think that muttaqis have. They have like this shield. But what do you think this is a restriction? Or do you think maybe it's a protection? What do you think it is? Or is it a bit of both? Yeah? A little bit of both? What else protects you? What other things protect you from the elements? What other things would you consider as protection in your life? Clothes? What else? Shelter. So home and shelter. Okay? So Imam Ali said, certainly for today, taqwa is a protection and a shield for tomorrow and the day of judgment. It is the road to paradise. And he also said, like you said, Imam Ali likens taqwa to a house. He said, do you know, O creatures, that taqwa is a strong house of protection? What can you do in your house? Why do you think taqwa is like your house is a protection? What parts of it protect you? And from what do they protect you? Sorry? It's a shelter from? From the outside elements, from people that you don't want to come in, from thieves. Yeah. What can a woman do in her house that she can't do everywhere else? She can take off her hijab. She is around her maharim. You have protectors within this space. Ahsantum. Exactly. I can decorate it in the way that I want. I can make it beautiful. I can bring in all the halal things that I want. This is my safe space. This is my protected space. Okay? So that's what Imam Ali says as well. Someone mentioned clothes. Abbas Uncle, did you mention clothes? So does the Quran. Okay? So, what does the ayah of Quran say? So, O children of Adam, we have certainly sent down clothes to cover your nakedness and for beauty, yet the garment of taqwa is best. What do clothes do for us? What do clothes do for us? They cover us. So things that I don't like to show, so maybe I cover them. Some things I'm not allowed to show, I cover them. Yeah. We're talking about clothes in general. Yeah. Okay? The clothes beautify you. And Allah acknowledges we have created garments for you to beautify you. But He said more beautiful than that is when you have taqwa. So He talks about this external beauty and He talks about internal beauty. And He assures you that if you have God consciousness, if you are conscious of Allah, it is more beautiful than wearing beautiful clothes. Yeah. Yeah. When you put Allah first, then it's not about what you want to wear, right? Yeah. Yeah. So one can argue now, I asked the question, if a person is a muttaqi, their only mission and their only pleasure comes in the pleasure of Allah. They don't care about what everybody else thinks. Do you think they're restricted now? Or do you think they're protected? Or what else? Or what are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts? As young men and women, and you guys all have different pressures, right? You need to look a certain way, be a certain way. Protected. Huh? So you're protected. Why are you protected? Because you're really focusing on Allah and now. Exactly. So what does that lift off you? Stuff that he doesn't like. So the burden of having to, I need to dress a certain way, I need to be cool in a certain way, I need to go to certain places. Now, it doesn't matter. You know why? I don't care about what the world thinks. I don't care about what is cool and not cool. It doesn't matter if my parents can afford to drive in a Tesla or get these new things, because for me, my happiness comes from Allah. In fact, a muttaqi is, you can argue, he's actually freed from the restrictions and from the expectations of this world. Okay, we have an activity now. You don't necessarily have to write things down, but I'm going to give you some prompts. Okay? Tell me how this prompt is going to take you closer to Allah. Okay? So we have 5 prompts here. Using the prompts given to you, expand on how we can use this to acquire taqwa. Okay, here we go. You got 2. Here we go. And you have 2 minutes to talk about this. You got 2 of them. Ready? So you got 2 minutes starting now, please. How would you use these prompts to help you to acquire taqwa? So how does strengthening your willpower help you to attain taqwa? What act helps you come around every year? 30 days. Because you're taking something halal, so these walnuts are usually halal, right? But in the past, even the halal becomes haram. Right? It helps you to strengthen your willpower. So talk more about it. It's beautiful what you come up with. All right, are you ready? Have you had some time to discuss this? Right? Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Okay, so who got knowledge and awareness of Allah? Okay, can you quickly in one sentence tell me what you guys have written for knowledge and awareness of Allah? Why and how is that going to get you to acquire taqwa?
If we have the knowledge and awareness of Allah, we can do exactly how and what Allah wants and perform those acts.
Yeah, so we need to find out what does He want us
What does He want us to do and how we can please
and
Allah.
how can you find out what Allah, like how do I know, where do I find out what Allah wants?
We go to the basics. Yeah, Quran, Rasul, Imam. We go to the learning of the basics and find out. Yeah, halal and haram. Yeah.
Excellent, beautiful. Who's got strengthening willpower? You guys have got it? Who wants to talk? Nice and quickly.
Strengthening your willpower. Strengthening your willpower will help you abstain from sin, such as if your friends are there and they're all gossiping, if you have the willpower, you can just walk away from the conversation.
Yeah, excellent. It requires willpower and courage, right?
Yeah.
But it's not. I mean, is it easy to say, "I'm sorry, guys, you guys are gossiping. I'm not going to do any more of this." There's a friend of mine in real life. Whenever she starts hearing something gossiping, she says, "Allahumma salli ala." It's so effective. Somebody the other day said, "Did you hear about it?" She went, "Allah." And it's so, because like when you hear salawat, you're not going to continue on with that gossip, right? So it's really, you're absolutely right. Thank you very much. Who's got being mindful and aware at all times? Yep.
So we discussed being mindful and aware of being aware of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to be a better Muslim in order to seek Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's pleasure.
Exactly. So if you're aware that He's watching all the time, imagine you went around with a camera on you all the time and you said this is a social experiment where the whole, you know how you have these Instagram things where people are followed all the time and this is what I do in the morning. Imagine if you were consciously aware that Allah is watching you all the time. Would you act the same? Would you behave the same? No, right? So we talked about the example of, imagine if Imam Mahdi was here. What would your salah become? Like Allahu Akbar, really slowly. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. As opposed to, right? Okay, so I think you guys have the next two. Here you go. To take account of your actions, how is that going to achieve taqwa?
If you take account of your actions, you can set up like punishments if you do like something bad, or like you may, for example, in a Jummah khutbah, Sheikh Muhammad Abbas Riji said like if he missed like his Fajr prayers, he wouldn't drink his coffee, and then it would be like a punishment, and then he would feel that he needs to fix his actions.
That's a really good idea, actually. That's a very good idea. But can you imagine writing down on a piece of paper, I lied today? Imagine writing it down. Saying it is one thing, writing it down. I gossiped today, and the consequence of this is going to be I'm not going to have a cup of coffee. Or I missed a lot. So actually, muhasaba is really good. That's a really, really good point. Thank you. And the next one is just seek support.
Seek support from like your.
You put ask Hajj Abbas Firji for support.
It's true though.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's fantastic, but that's exactly right. Go to somebody who can support you, who knows how you can do things. Who else can you get inspiration from? Who do we know gave up their pleasure for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala?
Madrassah teachers.
Madrassah teachers, absolutely.
But
For some madrassah teachers, maybe this is their pleasure. Barring about some. What else? Who do we get our ultimate inspiration?
Parents, moms,
Friends? Yeah. Well, need to create a good circle of influence, right? Oh, who do we get inspiration from a higher level? Imam, Rasul. Can you give me an example of an Imam or Rasul, anyone? What stories come to mind when you think of the ultimate sacrifice? Imam Hussein. What did he give up? Everything. يا أيها النفس المطمئنة ارجعي إلى ربك راضية مرضية. Oh, the soul, who has complete itminan of Allah. Come to, and you are pleased with everything that Allah gave you. I took your children. I took your life. There was no water. We tested you again and again and again. But you know what he said? Labbaik ya Allah. If you're happy, I'm happy. There's no pleasure. I don't have the power to be seeking my own pleasure. Okay? Nabi Ayyub is a really good example as well. You know how, in Iraq they say sabr Ayyub, like have the sabr of Ayyub. You know how Allah tested him? First he took away his wealth, and he took away his children, then he got this disease where there were worms that were eating his flesh. And did he complain to Allah? No, he had sabr because he said the pleasure my pleasure comes from Allah's pleasure. Okay? So today our learning objectives have been to define taqwa and the muttaqin, to evaluate the importance of, you have to remember all these things because we're going to play a game, to evaluate the importance of acquiring taqwa and to explain how one can acquire taqwa. So,
question.
G.
You said seek support and you gave an example of the imams and the prophets, but even he said it, I don't agree with that because like the problems we go through today as a 14, 15-year-old, the imams didn't go through that. Yes, their problems are different, so wouldn't it be more practical for you to go to like your friends or your hajj?
But we acknowledge that though. So the initial support does come from your circle of friends, from your parents, from the mentors at your mosque, from you mentioned the sheikh that you have.
Yeah, but then even problems that kids go through today, it's very hard for them to tell the teachers or their friends. So what are they supposed to do then?
So what is the teacher supposed to do? So if you already know this as a young person,
yeah.
What do you need to make yourself do?
Build a connection with them?
Build a connection with them. And also you need to be able to create a space that's safe. And so when they come up to you and say, do you know Shani uncle? I had a drink the other day. Quite enjoyed it actually. Most people will be like, Ya Hazrat Abbas, are you kidding? I know your family so well. How can you do something like this? You know that it's haram. It's about the way, if a child comes to you with a disclosure, you need to be able to, first of all, mind your reaction. And you need to be able to, if you don't have the answer for them, first of all, don't go around telling everyone, oh, by the way, you know what, did you hear what Ali did the other day? Oh my God. I knew something was wrong with him, but I didn't know he would go that far. We have these kind of conversations, right? And it's about building a space of comfort, but it's also about saying that, okay, fine, you know what, you have this problem, let's work together to be able to fix it.
I think what Shani's right on. I think, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think it's easy for a 14-year-old or 15-year-old to come and talk to people about such things. I think the teacher needs to be in a position, and hopefully Zain will attest that we've tried, is to actually preempt a lot of these things. And one of the examples is, I think there's a lesson in Tarbiyah, and I don't know if you guys did it, but we definitely, I think, did it. It's about not exposing your sins, and then how just talk to God And I think I've repeated that, talk to God, talk to God, talk to God. I think the teacher has to be preemptive at that age group and to assess, and that connection between teacher and or relative understanding of a child is critical. I don't think a kid today, I don't know, you guys would
So
know
there
better
are
than
some
me.
there are some teachers that allow for that kind of space. Not all teachers, I will guarantee you. If you just build connection with Allah, it's if you're at a higher level, that's amazing. A 14-year-old having problems with, I don't know whether they would get the solace that they would need from having a connection to Allah alone. I think having a group of people around you, and I think one of you talked about the fact that if you surround yourself with 5 clever people, you will be the 6th. If you surround yourself with 5 silly people, you will be the 6th. So your circle of influence is really important, and that's why I'm going to take off my teacher hat for a second. When you talk about the 1.09% of time children spend at Madrassah, we need to think about how we can invest more time that goes home. And we need to talk about sinning. We need to talk about the idea of repercussions to be much more. I'm not saying we don't say, it's haram, there's a sin at the end of it. But we need to understand not just what children are doing, but why are they doing it? What can we, like you said, preemptive, what are the preventative measures? We're always thinking of, oh no, that's wrong. Now what do we do? When we talk about a visionary leader, you need to think about, well actually, if this is happening now, what's going to happen tomorrow? What steps are we putting in? What things are we putting in place? We talk about youth groups, right? So important. What kind of an imam, and now, if you're talking about preventative measures, like we've stopped the demo lesson for a second, now we've got to a stage where a 14-year-old is like this, but what am I doing for the 4-year-old who's going to be 14 in 10 years? Yeah? So in
that is missing, by the way. Of course,
it's a strategy that I have been banging on about for a really long time. And somebody said something to me that really made sense. This whole idea of young children getting married and then having a baby and then bringing up a baby, it's not just playing house. It's a whole thing. You are responsible for a human being's life, their aqaid, their akhlaq, their deen, their education. And so he said something. He said the first parenting choice you will make is who is going to be your spouse. But we as young people, well, not we as young people, you as young people, you young people, who talks to you about these things? We are told you need to marry somebody who's rich, who will look after you, somebody who's like this. And who talks to you about it? Marry somebody who has taqwa. Marry somebody who puts Allah first. Because if a person puts Allah first, then whether you're going through poverty or you're going through, wealth, or you're suffering from medical problems or psychological problems or whatever, if you're putting Allah first, it's so much easier to work through these things together. So you're absolutely right. You need to be preemptive, but you also need to be pragmatic.
And if you just turning that up on the other side is to find someone of taqwa that matches you.
Yeah.
You sort of need to be yourself.
Of course.
So I think I said is that don't think that, I can do whatever I want and suddenly I'm going to find this wife who's going to be this thing and be perfect Muslim and solve all my problems with my kids. It's not going to work.
Well, if you're thinking of finding somebody who thinks Allah first, you're going to have to be thinking about Allah too to be thinking like that, right? So
No. I've seen young kids and we get, and Bakr is my witness here. We get to talk to people who, I want to find a wife. And I said, brother, you want to find a wife who's this perfect Muslim woman. We got problems to start with you, right? And if you don't allow someone, or you don't pray, and you don't do these things, at least attempt to do, how are you going to find the other side of that? Right?
Yeah. But the idea is also that if you're talking to somebody at the age of 14, it might not resonate and show the results right then. If you put it into someone's head, Allah is watching you, just think about the idea of the fact that when you sin, when I went to Madrassah recently, funny story, I did this activity with them, right? What worldly pleasures would you give up in the short and the medium to find long-term gains? And unanimously the boys said, we wouldn't have girlfriends so we could get a good wife. So they already think, these 14-year-olds are already thinking about these things. But it's true. It's true. Keep yourself protected and pure so that you can attract, and I'm not talking just about physical attraction, that your soul can attract, that you are worthy of somebody who puts Allah first. Right? So this is 14-year-old, Allah will make sure that it comes at certain times. You may not see it in the next five things. We talked about the fact that we're planting trees in the shade. We don't even know. We won't even be here. Let's pray, inshallah, that you're planting a seed in this child. One day, when they are faced with a quandary or a choice, shall I do this or shall I do that? Maybe your voice will ring in their head and say, think about Allah first. That's the idea. Okay? So, going back to the lesson, we're almost finished now. We're going to play a game. I'm going to throw a ball at you. Who's good at throwing, whose aim is good? Okay. Because my aim is rubbish. Can you see? Okay, so can you come here? You can be my helper. You need, and you have to include the ladies. The ladies, you have to wake up. Your hands need to be ready because we don't know who is going to throw the ball to. Are you ready, ladies? Okay? It doesn't look like it's fine. No worries. So if the ball comes to you, you need to answer the question. Everyone is playing. Okay, even uncle at the back can play. Okay? Okay, so the question number 1 is define taqwa and muttaqi. Wait. Who are you throwing it to first?
I can throw it to anyone?
Anyone. But nice and gently. I don't have a first aid box. Come on. Remember, you're supposed to catch it.
He was doing taqwa. He was protecting himself.
Joe?
He saw the soccer ball on TV.
No. I turn it back to you now. What's taqwa? Define taqwa. What's the
You got done.
Okay. Define taqwa. You know it's easy.
Following the Sharia.
Okay.
That's something I've read in the books of scholars.
What did we learn today?
14-year-old, no.
You're going to be a
A
14-year-old.
lot. Obeying God, being God conscious.
Excellent. And what's a muttaqi?
Somebody who has taqwa.
Excellent. Somebody who practices taqwa. Here's the answer. Taqwa means being God conscious, being aware of Allah at all times. And a muttaqi person is somebody who has taqwa. Right? Throw it to anybody you want. You have to catch now. Anybody. Hi, ladies. Okay, go on then. The question is, what does taqwa protect the soul from? Excellent. So, protects the soul from being damaged by sins and harmful influences. You can either choose to throw it back to him or to somebody else if you want to answer the question. Okay, go ahead. Nice catch. Okay. Anybody you want? Okay. Explain why taqwa is sometimes translated as fear of Allah.
Taqwa is to do things that are uncomfortable sometimes, and you just do it because you're scared that someone's watching you and it's going to punish you if you do it wrong.
Okay? It doesn't mean the fear of Allah in a terrifying sense, but rather, remember we talked about the fear of disappointing or disrespecting. So we spoke about comparing it to, somebody really important being like, yeah? Okay, great.
In
Bas-
awe of Allah. In awe.
In awe of Allah. Abbas, throw it to anybody you want or throw it back to this brother?
He knew what's coming.
Okay. In what way is taqwa like a garment? Really fast now.
Protection.
Okay?
Yeah, throw it back. Throw it back?
No, protection, but also, what's the other thing do you think? Protects you and?
Restricts you. Beautified, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Taqwa shields the soul from harm in just the same way that it beautifies the character. Okay, fine. Who's next? Oh, that was easy. Okay, describe 2 stages of taqwa outlined in the lesson. Remember we talked about the triangle?
Low and high.
Yep. So what happens in the lower, like when we talk about the lower side? Remember? Sweet, staying away.
Oh, staying away from sins.
Thank you. Okay.
My student, I want to pass.
The lower stage involves avoiding temptation by staying away from society, while the higher one involves developing inner strength. Right, throw it quickly. We'll do one more and then we can stop.
Give it to the girls.
Give it to the ladies. Ladies, are you ready? Okay. Ready, ladies? We don't know who is going to.
Who wants them? Just right here.
Actually, not sure for the sisters, right? I dare you.
No, please don't
I
throw it to me.
dare you to throw it to the sisters.
Don't listen
I
to
don't
this.
think
Don't
you are
listen
so scared.
I'm a guest in your country.
You have taqwa.
Yeah, right. Nobody has
fear of it. Nobody in history has done it. You can be the first.
Have taqwa.
Just throw it to me once. Just throw it to me once.
See, I was being
Okay,
I was being
excellent.
that voice you need to do wrong.
How does taqwa provide freedom? Last question.
It provides freedom by saving you from the judgment of the world. All those critical comments coming from the pressures, the peer pressure.
from being a slave to their desires, such as lust, greed, and allows them to live by the divine principle. Okay? So, we have 10 questions really, but for the sake of this lesson, I think everyone's done. So that's...
I think I've done this class. I used a different way.
Yeah?
I took a mobile phone and said, if you have a mobile phone, I know what you're doing.
Okay.
And I explained to them that with cookies and that, they were watching everything you're doing.
Yeah.
Right? And it resonated really quickly with a 14-year-old.
Nice.
Right? And I said, so if you fear the phone, God help you, what God's watching you.
Yeah.
Right? So this is the different way of it.
And like I said, these are just examples of how you can do things. But the idea is meticulously going through the learning objectives and try and make sure that your children are going through the lesson properly, addressing questions. And again, when you teach this to a 14-year-old, sometimes I know people are, even teachers, they don't like the structure of a lesson. They don't like the structure or the, but you know, just trust us. When we do pedagogical studies and when we sit down, I know sometimes people are like, oh, but they're disengaging. I promise you, subconsciously it's landing. I promise you it's landing. I taught this lesson to a 14-year-old as a tester. 2 weeks later, she said, you know what, I'm really annoyed with you. And I said, why? She said, I don't know if I should mention this. It's a really horrible program that people watch in London, dumb reality program. She said, I was going to put it on, and all I could hear was your voice going, I love her, I love her, I love her. And I had to turn off. And I think if she did that, mission accomplished. So don't be worried about the structure. I know you guys are thinking, oh, but 14-year-olds don't think like this. It's not even about converting their actions tomorrow. It's about planting a seed for them to be able to start the voice, maybe to start the realignment of their.
I don't think we're saying 14-year-olds don't do this. I think this is 2 years too late. I think the 12-year-olds should be doing this.
There are versions of this lesson.
I think the 14-year-old will be a bit further away from this. I think that's the...
But also, I think 14-year-olds need reminding at this age.
Uncle was right. 14-year-olds are already doing this scene or whatever.
Oh, wow. They're already conscious like this.
No, I'm not saying they...
We need to bring this back earlier. It's a great lesson. One band earlier. It's probably a band late.
Okay.
That's only my...
Oh, inshallah. So we'll see how we can kind of...
But there's some bands that are there that can go forward.
Yeah.
There's a balance.
Yeah, inshallah.
Sorry.
No. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so any questions before we start?
No, thank you.
Okay, can you quickly tell me, did you see, was there something for auditory learners in this?
Yes.
What was it? Really fast. The auditory, there was Quran. Me speaking. What was visual?
The football video.
The football video.
The slides.
The slides were all here. What was kinesthetic?
The ball.
The ball. Do you think that was a good idea? Yeah. Also, did you see the integration of all the subjects? So we had Quran. What do we have for Quran? Really fast.
The verse.
The ayah of Quran. What do we have for akhlaq?
The actions.
The actions, how we speak to each other, the role modeling of we gave the ayahs role modeling, which also sat into tariq. What about aqaid? The whole thing was about aqaid. God, taqwa. Okay? Did we have an opportunity to nurture piety?
Yep.
Yeah? Alright, so just use it as an example of how you would be able to holistically structure a lesson. Thank you very much.
Before you go, one second. One second. Before you go, just wait 1 second, please, before you go. Please, stop. Just wait 1 second, please, everyone. So, firstly, just some people have left early and they're worried about them completing the course. So I said, you would take, I guess you know the people who are here.
Yeah.
So you want a list of who's here now?
Yep, so if you can tell us who's left, and then we can...
So sister, who's going to take the names now of who's left?
We have a register, maybe we can
No, who's here right now? Can we just write them down or before they go up? Okay, so that's just one. So you get your certificate, your completion, then they do a microfiche.
Yeah.
I don't want you to lose that there. So just if you could put your names on this paper. And secondly, I'd like to firstly also thank, where is Sister, where's Zora?
She's doing the demo there. Do you want to just, I don't know.
Muhammad, can you check if Zora has finished and if they can all just come in quickly and we'll just wrap up, please? Brother Sadiq, you didn't, no, you weren't here for the whole day. No, not him. Brother. Just the ones that were here the whole day. And Zora's class as well. That means no Nalamdar, no Muhammad Rashid, no Bakir, no just people. No. Oh, you know, don't even me. I wasn't here all day, so
Zen, you know what I realized? Your writing's very ugly.
He's writing everything. Guys, please quickly. Is she coming?
This is how we write.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I'm going to rush a little because there's a majlis to be held here at 7 o'clock, so we do need to pack up. I'd like to just firstly thank the community who's driven from Victoria. Thank you very much for making the trek all the way to Sydney. Inshallah, next time we will all be flying to, inshallah, Victoria or driving to Victoria. On behalf of everyone here, I'm sure you'll all agree. Guys, 1 second. A special thanks to Sister Zuleika for flying out from England. I know she loves Australia and the weather is so much better here than England and the poor people are so much better, but it's an absolute honor and pleasure to always have to come here and actually doing this course and making us all better teachers and inshallah serving our children. So please, one love salawat please for Sister Zuleika.
Zora Auntie, who's been absolutely brilliant as a facilitator, and then you guys are really lucky that she's your local and Hussein uncle as well. So thank you all.
Just remember the book that you have, please take your own book, leave the leftovers, don't take any extras because we need them for others. Please only take your one book, please.
And also take all of your stuff with you.
And take the drink bottles, take everything with you, please.